All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
I note that Mr. Krasniqi is attending today's hearing via video link. The other accused are present in court. Today we will continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W03825. We will remain in public session unless asked to go into private session for the appropriate reasons. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in.
Mr. President, one housekeeping matter with regard to the next witness.
Hold on just a second.
Yep. One housekeeping matter with regard to the next witness. We're reducing our time estimate from 3 to 1 hour. So I think we should have plenty of time to complete the next witness before the end of this week.
Thank you very much. Any other updates on
Just for what it's worth, after hearing the submissions, the questions from my colleague, we are unlikely to have any questions for this witness, Your Honor. Yes.
I'm aiming to be finished in half of my time I indicated to be estimated, so 1 hour and a half.
The same as I indicated on Monday, Your Honor.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning to all of you.
With your testimony today, I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I also remind you that you continue to be bound by the oath that you gave at the beginning of your testimony to state the truth. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. And please wait till the question is completed by the lawyer before you try to answer it, because it makes it very difficult to get a good translation if you interrupt them. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be had. The Thaçi defense, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
To start today by playing the full video of your press conference on the 23rd of September 1998. And if we could please call up Exhibit P321, beginning at the 16-minute and 50-second mark of the video. I'm sorry, Madam Court Officer, I actually need to show a different video, which is the subtitled video, so that it can be followed in English. DHT 01406.
Pra bëhet fjalë për konferencë që ka mbajtur zoti Gjergj Dedaj pas kthimit nga kjo vizitë në Drenicë, e cila është komentuar gjatë edhe që besoj që do të komentohet akoma më shumë. Ta shohim këtë material e kthejmë në studio për ta dëgjuar pasaj rrëfimin e zotit Dedaj për ato se çfarë ka ndodhur atje.
Can we pause right there? Okay, Mr. Dede, we're going to start the video of the press conference now, but I'd ask you to not only pay attention to what you say, but pay particular attention to yourself in the video, and if at any time you notice in the video that you exhibit any sign of discomfort, any grimace, any other indication that you're suffering from an injury, I'd ask you to tell us to stop the video. Do you understand that instruction?
Oh. Yes.
Sir, we can play the video, please.
When we arrived in Jerez, after we traveled a road passing through several villages and after we were stopped several times in police checkpoints, sometimes for an hour and a half, a unit of secret police arrived, as they said, of Kosovo Liberation Army, who wanted to know who the organizer was, who the group leader was, who the persons there were. I said we were 30 participants from Pristina, members of the delegation, including journalists. They also had separate conversations with us. They mainly wanted to know about our political activity. Activities of each. I am referring to conversation they had with me. My political activity in my capacity as deputy speaker and as leader of the Kosovo Liberal Party. The method we were stopped, we were detained, for me personally, was incomprehensible, unnecessary, because we were not unknown people to the public. Our activity was always legal. We will always give it priority. Yesterday, after a very fierce offensive started, Drenica was fully sieged. I can say an iron siege. In Jerez and on our way, we saw a situation where people were moving around, running in different directions, asking each other, where are you going? Where am I going? It was a situation where people were at the crossroads not knowing what was going on there, a situation that cannot be described as a consequence. We are very worried. Until 14 hours yesterday, meaning after 48 hours when they informed us that we were free and that we kept you in detention for 48 hours. They were first interested to know why we had not announced the visit, which I consider we were not going to announce our visit anytime, and we are going to other territories as well, because it is our obligation to go to our people, our lands. We were not threatened in the real sense of the word threat. In my view, it is just that our stopping was senseless. There was no reason for us to be stopped, while we were all public persons. We were people who the public always knew about our work, our activity, because the work was done in a legal way. Therefore, we did not go there to do any sort of propaganda whatsoever, be it political or party-related, or against KLA or pro-KLA. So as I said at the beginning, our mission was of a humanitarian character. The forces, the unit that we met, they behaved in a correct manner with us, while about us, other parties, being closer to President Ibrahim Rugova, I consider that all the political parties have all due respect for President Rugova, the President of the Republic of Kosovo, who won the vote of the people of Kosovo in the last election. I am not aware of what arguments they had, but I can tell you publicly that from all the participants there, it was nowhere said or written that we are against the Kosovo Liberation Army, against the institutional organization of Kosovo.
Thank you. Witness first, did you notice you expressing any signs of discomfort in the video?
Jo.
No.
Video true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Mendoj se
I think, and I'm very sorry that it's not the entire video, because the conference lasted a little bit more. Among others, I said, I don't know if it means anything to you now, that KLA is protecting our families, our homes, our honor, and I called on the people of Kosovo to express their solidarity with the KLA. I called on NATO to solidarize with the KLA and other things.
In the particular portions of the video that you were shown here, is everything you said in that video we just played true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
mendoj se po,
I think yes, even though, as I said, I appeared before the journalists, and about 2 hours after we returned from the war zones, where we saw terrible terror being exercised by the Serb forces against Trenica, and our situation, our spiritual situation was really very heavy.
Okay, now you're correct that this is an excerpt of the full press conference. At a different part of the press conference, as I mentioned to you yesterday, you mentioned that you had been stopped by the KLA secret police. And my question to you is, did you have any fear for your family in referencing the KLA secret police at the press conference?
ishte plot magazin.
Yes, full of journalists, but also political figures.
Political figures,
Po, ka pas figura.
Yes, there were other political figures.
that were sitting at the table, were there any other members of the delegation that were in the room?
Nuk jam shumë i sigurt.
I'm not very certain because I was focused on telling the truth, the accurate truth, because there were also foreign journalists present who reported for foreign media outlets. So it was an important press conference, with the importance of which was clearly seen even later. But to some individuals present there, my appearance wasn't to their liking.
You said in the video we just saw to the assembled press that the KLA had behaved in a correct manner. Did any journalist
Kjo është shumë e vërtetë. It is very true. Even though the conduct, if the conduct was not correct, I wouldn't have said it.
Did any journalist in the room say to you, if they behaved in a correct manner, why do I see an injury on Mr. Blockeye, or why is your right hand bruised? Nobody touched on this topic or asked such question. To the best of your knowledge, no journalist brought to your attention any visible injuries on any of the four of you seated at the table? No one. No one. Not a single journalist. Yesterday you made this comment, and I'd like you to follow up on it. You were representing in the press that the KLA behaved in a correct manner. Yes. Do you know, or can you recall, if you would have called Mr. Blockeye to sit next to you with an injury, if you thought if you were going to say that the KLA behaved in a correct manner? I believe you mentioned this yesterday. I had no reason to tell Mr. Blockeye not to sit next to us in the press conference. Whoever wanted to do so was free to do so. Some went home and didn't come to the press conference. Being the head of the delegation, I felt my responsibility to report the truth about the event, which in a way was played up for different purposes, mainly by anti-Albanian, anti-Kosovo circles. You watched the video. You saw the portions of the video yesterday and now today. Did Mr. Blockeye have any injury, visible injury to his nose? Maybe he had some signs or some injury, bruise. I didn't notice that. If it's possible, I would kindly ask for a very short, half-a-minute private session. I can't.
Why do you want a private session?
To make it clear, to be correct in my explanation.
Without a private session, just go ahead.
Thank you. Since Sokol Blockeye has passed away, and he was a friend of mine and a very close collaborator, I didn't want to tell publicly what I would tell in a private session.
Okay. Sir,
sorry, but don't forget that we were in the mountains and we moved about in the mountains. So that being the case, you might be inflicted some bruise or something, because it was raining, it was mud, we were under permanent shelling by the Serb forces, and we moved about in a mountainous terrain.
whether you saw any injury in the video to Mr. Blockeye's nose? Yes or no?
Yeah. No, I didn't notice that.
Mr. President, because this video is the one that we put to the witness, I'd ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Microphone, please.
I believe it's the same, it just has the subtitle, so no, is that the only difference?
Yes.
Microphone, please, Your Honor.
The exhibit will be admitted in evidence and assigned a number. Yeah, Mr. Misitich, we are going to link this one to the previous admitted P. It'll have a P number with it. Is that any problem for you?
None at all. As long as it's in evidence, that's fine.
Your Honor, DHT 01406 to DHT 01406 will be Exhibit P 321.1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Witness, let me turn back to an issue I raised with you yesterday, which was this picture that you brought, or that ULEX says you brought to the ULEX interview in 2014. And you'll recall that I showed you a note where one of the investigators said that the picture was a picture of you with a swollen face and a bruised arm. Do you recall that discussion with me yesterday?
My face was not swollen. It was what it was. And nobody has ever touched on my face as it is being alleged here.
I understand.
Konferencë që ka mbajt zoti Gjergj Dedaj.
My question to you is this. Just assume that you did go to the ULEX interview with a picture of yourself with a swollen face. I know you say that didn't happen, but just assume that it did. We now know that you didn't have a swollen face at the press conference. Do you agree with me that that would mean that you arrived at the ULEX interview with a picture of yourself to mislead the ULEX investigators about injuries you had suffered at Shiraz, if it were true? I'm saying hypothetically.
I don't remember to have had any picture. And I don't do such things to mislead anyone. I try to tell the truth as far as I remember. If I forget something, it's normal. 25 years have passed by since then, after things which would amount to 2,500 years for Europe or America of sufferings if we were to convert them. So it is likely that I have forgotten many things, and they might lead to misunderstandings. But when the truth is at stake, I never avoid it.
Have you ever suffered injuries to your arm?
I said that I fell 2-3 times. I didn't go there to point out how many times I fell down. We were there for another mission, which I have often explained.
At any time prior to September 20th, or 1998, or after 23 September 1998, have you ever suffered injuries to your arm?
for purposes of witnesses' medical privacy, we will go into private session.
Your Honors, we're in private session.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
All night.
Session.
Madam Court Officer, back to public session, please.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Witness, I'd next like to show you an excerpt from minutes of a Liberal Party meeting immediately after this incident, which you produced to the prosecution in your proofing session. And this is 116759 to 116753 ET in an Albanian. It's the same, and I'm looking at page 116760. Witness, you produced this to the prosecution last week. Do you know, can you tell us what the document is?
Yes. I remember the Kosovo Liberal Party held regular weekly meetings on Fridays. Sometimes it could be more frequent, depending on the situation. However, at the time we did not have technical equipment like laptops or any other equipment, so we would keep notes, a record of the meeting for every presidency meeting. Somebody was in charge, assigned with this task. And I've kept these records of the meetings to this day. So I offered this to Madam Prosecutor. I can produce the original if needed. So with respect to this meeting, which was held 3 or 4 days after we returned from the war zone, I described the visit to our delegation, and this is the truth as described in here.
You say 3 to 4 days after the visit to the war zone. You mean 3 to 4 days after the events at Chirez and Bajce, correct?
In September. And it reads that the meeting was held in September, and we returned on the 22nd and 23rd of September. September 1998.
Steering committee of the Liberal Party held in public?
The meeting held with the presidency was a meeting. Then we had meetings with the National Council. Then we had press conferences. So we, members of the presidency, held this meeting and discussed the matter.
Let me ask it a different way. Were journalists present for this meeting?
No.
Was the general public present for this meeting?
No, there weren't. This is a meeting with the presidency meeting. The members of the chairmanship presidency discussed about what happened in Drenica.
Let me start with what's written here, and I'm going to ask you if it's true. And we start in the English in the middle of the paragraph at the top. It says, "Once we had a chat with the people and fulfilled the humanitarian objectives, we presented ourselves, and they wanted to know what we talked about because they had concerns we might have allegedly asked for the weapons to be handed over. After they verified the discussions we had, they released the journalists and the illegible, whereas the other 15 of us..."
If you want me, I can read it. It's not illegible. Once we had a chat with the people and fulfilled the humanitarian objectives, we presented ourselves, and they wanted to know what we talked about because they had concerns we might have allegedly asked for the weapons to be handed over.
Also, after they verified the discussions we had, they released the journalists and the women, whereas the other 13 of us were detained, taken to an unknown location where they behaved in an appropriate, dignified manner.
So you told the presidency that they behaved in an appropriate or dignified manner. At that time, do you recall, would you have had any fear to tell the presidency the truth about what happened at Chires or Bait?
Nuk është mirë me fol, zoti.
Honorable Council, it's not appropriate to speak about these things, but we members of this delegation had gotten rid of fear in 1991. From that moment onwards, we were ready at any given time and moment and second to sacrifice our lives, our freedom. In other words, this Milosevic forces could have arrested us at any time. We have demonstrated this during the protests and demonstrations when the Serbian armed forces would tell me, if you make another step forward, we will kill you, and I would make that step. So this was not about fear. We were not afraid. We did not fear anything, and I do not fear anything today.
I tender this document into evidence.
No objection.
116759 to 116753. Should that be 763?
763, yes.
Yeah, it was mentioned as 53. To 116763 ET plus the Albanian is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D62, and Your Honor, I note it's marked as confidential. Should retain the classification.
Any reason to retain that classification?
No, not from our side.
No, Your Honor.
All right, it will be reclassified as public. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, I want to talk to you about the reasons why your testimony is different from September of '98 to 2001 to 2014 to today. And you've mentioned some of those reasons already, but I think we should talk about them a little bit more, about these political motivations that you've discussed. And reasons of revenge, right? You've mentioned you had a motivation for revenge in giving some of those statements. Is that correct?
Në bazë të mediave,
based on the media, because the media in Kosovo, at least some of them, are those who make up allegations, indictments, insults, in particular in the Balkans. So on the occasion of my detention, I was upset because I was a public person who was committed and dedicated with all his will to the freedom of Kosovo.
Something specific. If we could call up 113189-02 TRET in English and the same in the Albanian. Sorry. This is a transcript of the pressing TV interview where the video was played. And if we could go to page 11 of this document in both English and in Albanian. I'm told that this is the version that was admitted by the prosecution, but we need the original because this has been heavily redacted.
This is P321 transcript. The other item is also in the presentation queue. The full unredacted transcript is in there.
Thank you, counsel. And if we could go third paragraph from the bottom in the English and the penultimate paragraph in the Albanian. You say to the interviewer, look, and you're discussing now why there are changes in your account of the events. And you say, look, it was in the context of, if we were to go into the history of my political career, it would be a long history and we would need a special program. I was appointed the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure on Friday. It was a Friday. I was discharged on Saturday. An audit was done at that ministry. I don't know why. I have no knowledge why. It was reported in the news that the Deputy Minister of Transport was fired and corruption was being fought at the ministry. I was never there. It happened before I even started there. Of course, I wanted to, in a way, I got my revenge. I was not able to use Leka Dukajini Kanun, but I got verbal revenge. Did you say that in the TV program?
I would need some time to explain this. President Thaçi appointed me Deputy Minister of Transport of Infrastructure at the time. It was a Friday, and on Saturday, next Saturday or Sunday, anyway, before even I could start work, I was discharged. And the media reported that Hashim Thaçi appointed me on Friday, and the same president, Hashim Thaçi, discharged the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure, Judge Dede, thus starting the fight against corruption. I must be made of iron because following these events, my heart should have stopped beating. I didn't even set foot in the ministry. So somebody else is behind this. I could say this in a private session, but I don't want to mention names. People in Kosovo know this. Somebody's behind this and set this up in order to start a conflict between me and President Thaçi. I thought it was indeed President Thaçi. If I followed the Kanun, the traditional body of laws, I would then have used weapons and killed President Thaçi. But I'm a statesman, I'm not that kind of person. I told to the media that I had decided to give 7 days to President Thaçi to summons me and to explain why he appointed and discharged me within 24 hours. Otherwise, I would pursue this through legal remedies. I constantly thought it was Hashim Thaçi who discharged me. And I had an deep hatred for that. I would have kept that hatred if it appeared to be true. Anyway, 6 days later, I met with the Prime Minister at the time, President Thaçi, as he was referred to, the George Washington of Kosovo, who told me, Judge, I did not discharge you. And I said, what? He said, it was not me. And then I asked, who did? And to which he replied, you must have had coffee with somebody someday. Somebody must have invited you for a coffee. At that point, I understood the game. The game was to denigrate him, to sow discord and create conflict between us two and our families. This is not the only case. There are hundreds of cases where mistakes, I would even go and say crimes have been committed trying to involve the name of Hashim Thaçi. As a result of all this, things started to make sense. I started collecting facts, and also with respect to the alleged presence of Hashim Thaçi in Shiraz. So it took me a certain amount of time to reach to the point where I was fully and absolutely persuaded that this was not true.
I appreciate that, but I want to make clear here that in this statement that's on the screen, what you mean, or what you were saying, was that you got verbal revenge on Hashim Thaçi by making these statements.
Yes.
And
Desire. On several occasions.
Revenge, you also meant the testimony you gave to ULEX in 2014, correct?
Yes. Everything that happened after the war, until the moment I understood the truth. And this took a long time. Don't forget that for 7 years after the war, I dealt with the reburial of my family members. Dozens of them were killed. Thousands of our fellow countrymen are still disappeared. We're also disappointed, the international community, who have not worked to elucidate and bring to justice perpetrators of massacres like that in Dubrava prison. I brought here a full bag of documents containing facts about crimes committed by Serbs in Kosovo, but I was told that they were not needed here.
I would ask that the transcript also be admitted into evidence, and I assume it would be the same procedure to add it to the existing prosecution exhibit so that we have the unredacted version as well.
No objection.
The transcript in an unredacted version will be admitted into evidence and assigned a defense exhibit number.
Your Honor, as the transcripts relate to P321.1, which was assigned earlier, the transcripts will be P321.1_ET for the English and _AT for the Albanian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you told the SPO this information when you were interviewed by the SPO, and if we could please call up the SPO interview, which is 049784 TRET Part 1 revised, page 14, lines 12 to 23. And in the Albanian, it's the same citation, except it's page 16, beginning at line 5, and going on to page 17. You say beginning at, if we start at line 12 in the English, and line, I believe it's 5 in the Albanian, but it says, I made a statement in 2011 on coalition. I unjustly mentioned that Hashim Thaçi had tortured me. That was not correct, because Hashim Thaçi didn't torture me. Had he tortured me, then I wouldn't have known, and I would still have said so. Or that I would have known, and I would have said so. Many things have been said since the time of that press conference, and the statement I'm making today were statements made for political purposes, rather campaign, and I want to distance myself from what I said during that program because I was in a very agitated state. Did you tell that to the SPO?
Paul. Yes. However, again, I want to remark that never during these interviews was I offered or given the possibility to have a lawyer or an advisor to consult with someone. So I often just said words and sentences. However, in my letter sent last year to these respected chambers, this was in 2022, I clearly stated that I distance myself. The reason to this being because these statements were given for revenge purposes in a heavy emotional state of mind. Afterwards, I went everywhere in Kosovo. I went in Shires and I inquired. I wanted to find out who were those 4 or 5 hooligans. I reached to the conclusion that I had made immature, exaggerated, inflated statements.
You wrote to the prosecution in 2022. If we could please call that up. It's Exhibit 108. Sorry, ERN 108987 to 108990 redacted. Same in the Albanian. Witness, is this the letter you're referring to? You wrote, therefore I retract from my earlier statements given to ULEX and the SPO, as well as from some public statements wherein, in an unfair and exaggerated manner, I had raised allegations against some of those who now stand accused at the specialist chambers. I was motivated by rage and political vengeance, by electoral revenge. And then in the next paragraph you write, I write this letter on my own free will, under my personal and legal responsibility, and without any solicitation, inducement, or threat by anyone about anything. Does that accurately reflect what you wrote to the SPO in 2022?
Nishin percent.
100%. And I am personally responsible for this letter. There was no incitement, no inducement. It just came from my heart. And this was a relief for me because I had not slept properly for the last 25 years. And that also due to my family members I lost during the war. I could have lived in Florida or anywhere else. I dedicated and committed myself to Kosovo. I'm not a deserter or an asylum seeker like some others.
Mr. President, I tender this document into evidence.
No objection.
ERN 108987 to ERN 108990 is admitted.
That would be Exhibit 1D63, and I would ask the same question regarding classification.
From our perspective, it can be public.
I believe that there is some information that was a subject of private session that would need to be redacted, but other than that, I have no objection to it being public, so I can work with counsel on that.
I'm happy to work during the break or after court to agree on a redaction. Yep. Witness, you also said similar things to the prosecution in the preparation session last week, correct?
Po.
Yes.
Preparation note 116768 to 116787. So, for example, at paragraph 3 records that you told the prosecution, he added that the truth of the incident that happened in September 1998 is contained in the statement he made at the press conference on the day he returned to Pristina and the one he gave later that day to Voice of America. Is that correct? That's what you told the prosecution?
Po.
Yes. And this is the truth, always.
Take him through this, but in the interest of time, I would just tender this into evidence rather than to go through all of the proofing note issues.
No objection. Just, again, for the classification, I think it might need some work.
I agree.
116768 to 116787 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D64.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, it wasn't until, let me rephrase. You made your statement at the press conference on the 23rd of September and subsequently to the party a day or two later that the KLA had treated you correctly. And it wasn't until the 3rd of September 2001 that you first raised claims to law enforcement that you had been mistreated in Chires and Bajce by the KLA. Is that correct?
I trgova.
I explained the reasons 100 times already. This was because I was upset, rage, revenge, my personal state, which would take a month to explain and would still be hard for you to understand. At some point, our thought, based on the media, the propaganda, everything that was bad things said about the KLA, I thought at some point that Thaçi was indeed the culprit. But then at a later stage, when I was convinced, I knew the truth. The truth is what I said on that day during the press conference.
Fact here. Prior to the 3rd of September 2001, you had not approached law enforcement with any claims that you had been mistreated in Chires or Bajce. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yeah.
No, I have never asked to, I've never reported to any authorities any allegations or anything. They summons me without the presence of a lawyer or legal advice.
Prior to the 3rd of September 2001, you had never made a statement to law enforcement alleging that you had been mistreated in Chires and Bajce. Is that correct?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
chronology of that 2001 statement. So if we could please put on the screen SITF 000-55783 to 000-55996 at page SITF 000-55803. We do not have a full translation in Albanian. We have a partial translation that begins at 034126 to 034127 AT. Okay. Witness, this is UNMIC's investigative diary of the beginning of the investigation by UNMIC into these events. And UNMIC records that it was first made aware on the 1st of September 2001 of allegations of mistreatment of your delegation, and that it was made aware through confidential informants that it supplied information concerning the kidnapping and torturing of several Albanians in September of 1998. The officer was told one of the victims' names was Gjergj Dedaj, who was the leader of the PLK party. Now, without revealing any names, do you know who the anonymous source was?
Ja.
No.
If we
Ka mujt më konë Serb, ka mujt më...
It might have been a Serb, an Albanian, I don't know.
3rd of September, we see that it's recorded that they met with you, and it says, the yellow highlighted portion, Gjergj Dedaj informed that he was beaten and illegally detained by the UCK on September 20th, 1998 for 2 nights along with several other victims and then released. He explained that he had led a delegation to that village on a humanitarian mission and was subsequently illegally detained by the UCK. Do you see that?
Po, po, shikoj.
Yes, I see that.
With the UNMIC investigators?
Më thonë drejten, kjo është...
To tell you the truth, it is 2001, that is 22 years after what happened, and it is hard for me to remember all the details. As far as Jerez and Baid's problem, I made it clear in the press conference I gave to the VOA at the meeting of the party presidency and before you.
In the English, go to the next page. It says, furthermore, Dedaj provided the investigators with a list of names of victims and witnesses that he had written after the illegal detention. The list was explained to the investigators in the following manner. There are a total of 18 names on the list. This was the delegation that went on a humanitarian mission to check on the welfare of Albanians in the area. Dedaj then circled the numbers, and there's a list of numbers. Dedaj explained these people were told by the UCK not to leave. Dedaj then placed plus signs next to 6 names. Dedaj told the investigators that these were the people that were beaten by the UCK, including himself. Dedaj mentioned that the persons that beat him were masked, but Hashim Thaçi, Recep Salimi, and Sabit Getsi would periodically open the door to the room and look inside. Do you recall having these conversations?
Është më shumë një film.
It is more of a script for a movie. I already explained what happened.
The conversation, as it's recorded. Yes or no?
Nuk më kujtohen mu.
I don't recall. I can tell you for many times, I don't remember what we discussed without a lawyer, without a legal advisor.
the investigators say you were at the meeting and you already had the list prepared for this meeting.
Asni list kom.
I didn't have any list prepared. I said what I had remembered, and this is what I said. At that period, I wanted to take revenge. I didn't, and I couldn't use our kanun, that is customary law.
Interested here, the investigators recorded that you had given them a list of victims and witnesses that you had written. And my question is, how did you know that the investigators wanted to discuss Chirez and Baitze, and you came prepared with this list to this meeting?
Unë at least kam mujt me shkruat për aty.
I could have written the list on the spot because I knew who the members of the delegation were. And I could have given the list there. But when they summoned me, to my recollection, they didn't introduce themselves as police or from UNHCR or whatever organization. The office was open to anyone.
You provided these names. Did you discuss with any of these people whose names you were providing? Did you discuss with them?
No.
Provided their names to UNMIK without ever having asked them whether they wanted to be participants in a criminal investigation.
Look here, maybe I was unjust to them, but I didn't have time and I wasn't prepared to do what I did. They didn't inform me of the visit. It was an unannounced visit without the presence of a lawyer or legal advisor.
Let's put this in context. This is taking place just as voter registration was taking place for the first parliamentary elections in Kosovo, which would be held in November of 2001, correct?
Yes.
Pas ishte këshilli transitor ku isha.
It was a transitional council where I was a member. President Thaçi, President Rugova were members of it, and all the chairmen of the political parties. It was a kind of unelected assembly.
Elections were held in Kosovo, the first parliamentary elections in November of 2001, correct?
I think 2002. I'm not sure. Maybe at the end of 2001, after this transitional council, we had the first election. I don't remember the exact date.
November of 2001, and that this is taking place, these interviews are taking place again in the election period, the election campaign period. Okay. You were a candidate in the November 2001 elections, correct?
I don't remember to have taken part. I'm not certain. I don't want to speculate.
Run in the election in the first parliamentary elections in Kosovo?
No. What I went through, it is completely normal not to remember things.
Baia was also participating in the 2001 elections with the PSHDK, the Christian Democratic Party.
I don't remember about myself, let alone for others. I don't remember who ran and who didn't. I'm very frank.
Baia's Christian Democratic Party was closely aligned with your own party.
Po, kena pas
Yes. We had brilliant relations with the Christian Democratic Party because it was also founded in Jakova on 4 November 90, and I participated in the founding meeting. We are that part of the Christian Democratic Liberal electorate from Dukajini area, and then we spread out in Renislav and other areas of Kosovo.
The investigative diary, if we scroll down to the next entry, they interview Mr. Devaya the same day they interviewed you. Do you recall whether you saw Mr. Devaya on the same day?
ja as nuk
This is the first time I'm hearing that from you.
To the next entry in the diary. Sorry. Actually, if we go down to 4 September, or sorry, let me see. Yeah, if we go to SITF 00055806, please. Yeah. On the 4th of September, they interview Agim Krasniqi. Is that correct? Do you have any knowledge of Mr. Agim Krasniqi being interviewed as part of this process? Yeah.
kur
How can I have any knowledge when I didn't know that? I'm speaking only for myself, and I am responsible only for Judge data. It's unjust to speculate using other names.
You know that Agim Krasniqi was a member of the LDK who was also running as a candidate in the November 2001 elections.
e di që ka qenë
I know that he was an LDK official member, but I don't recall whether he ran in that election. Being very frank, I'm not sure.
And if we go to the next page, on the same day, they met with you again, and that's the day that you handed them a written statement with exhibits. Do you recall that day?
ajo ditë nuk më kujtohet,
I don't recall the date, but that event happened. The time, the date, is hard for me to understand.
If we go to the next
Sorry to remember.
the next page, please. On the 10th of September, we scroll down, investigators met with Mehdi Bardi, and he then gave them information. Are you aware that Mehdi Bardi was a member of the LDK?
po me Dibari
Yes, Mehdi Bardi was LDK member. I think he was the chairman of the LDK branch of Drenas Glogoc.
The parliamentary elections, Mehdi Bardi was a member of the Kosovo Assembly from 2001 to 2004.
duket që është bë.
I think yes. I can't be very accurate.
If we turn the page, if we scroll down to the entry for the 15th of September, right there, they met with Sokol Blakaj. Now, Sokol Blakaj was the general secretary of your political party, correct?
Po,
Yes.
Say that at this time, all of you were opponents of Mr. Thaçi's PDK party, political opponents.
Po.
Yes, we were opponents.
You were opponent of Mr. Thaçi's from the time of the provisional government of Kosovo and its appearance, correct?
Do më thonë,
Politically, yes, we were opponents.
Ask you just a few questions about that. If we could please call up DHT 02697 to DHT 02706 at page 3. And in the, yeah, and it's the same in Albanian. This is a report from the 17th of August, 1999, from Radio Free Europe. And if we could go to page 3, please. It starts, Kosovo legislator wants parliament to meet. Scroll down, please. There we go. The report says, George Dedai, who heads the Liberal Party of Kosovo, told Radio Free Europe on 9 August that he demands a meeting of the shadow state parliament. Dedai said that it was impossible to hold parliamentary session in Kosovo during the war, but the Serbian forces are gone now, and the legislators should meet. He argues that shadow state legislators still have a mandate from Parliament, and that it is difficult to understand why Parliament remains idle at a time when other bodies are involved in efforts to rebuild Kosovo and its institutions. He stressed that Parliament and shadow state President Ibrahim Rugova are entitled to represent the electorate until new elections take place. Does that accurately reflect your political position in August of 1999?
I was a follower of the then so-called Kosovo government because we didn't have any assembly session to elect the government to operate in Kosovo, and that every politician that wants to deal with the Kosovo issue should remain in Kosovo, even though the assembly was in a way not properly formed because many people didn't take part in election. I wanted them to come up with some statement, but they never met. And these were, I would say, the first splits between myself and the LDK.
But the issue I'm getting at is that you were a person who believed that the government of Kosovo should be the people that had been previously elected in the elections in '98, in contrast to the provisional government of Kosovo led by Mr. Thaçi, whom you believe did not have electoral legitimacy, correct?
To be frank, since President Thaçi is present in this courtroom with me, after the provisional government was formed, as Deputy Speaker of the Assembly of Kosovo, I visited President Thaçi and I said to him that it would be a good thing until next election for the provisional government to recognize the Assembly and the Speaker. To the Parliament, I said it would be a good thing to recognize the provisional government of Thaçi. I said the same to President Rugova. My role was always to make people come closer to work for the rapprochement of the people and to come to elections, which for me are the most important instrument of democracy that give rise to its institutions. This is 100% true.
Mr. President, I tender that document into evidence.
55783, are you tendering that or not?
I am, but I'm going to get back to that.
Okay, all right.
But I can tender it now.
So DHT 02697 to 02706 is admitted and will be assigned a number.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D65.
No, you can do this at your own speed.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could turn to another article, DHT 02707 to DHT 02714 at pages 2 and 3. It starts, will Kushner expand transitional council? Sir, this is another press report, and it says, Pohaditore reported on 4 September that UN Special Representative Bernard Kouchner is planning to expand the advisory Kosovo Transitional Council. The plan envisages the inclusion of smaller political parties that are represented in the shadow state parliament. In addition, Kouchner will add Bardal Mahmouti of the recently founded Democratic Union Party and Buyar Bukoshi, who is shadow state prime minister. But George Dedai from the Liberal Party of Kosovo, which has repeatedly complained about its exclusion from the council, told Radio Free Europe, I have no information about a possible expansion of the council. However, I hope that this will happen because only our own members can represent the Liberals. No other party can do that. Do you recall in September of 1999 that you were complaining about your party being excluded from the Transitional Council?
Yes, I had a meeting with Mr. Kouchner, and I expressed my revolt that my party, the Liberal Party, was not included, which in fact was party number 1 internationally for Kosovo.
Mr. President, I ask that this exhibit be tendered into evidence or admitted into evidence.
No objection.
No objection being heard, DHT 02707 to DHT 02714 is admitted.
Thank you. Now, Mr.
Just a second.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D66.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, witness, you recall that I stopped in the UNMIK investigative diary at the 15th of September with the interview of Mr. Blackeye by UNMIK investigators. And then 5 days later, after the 2 weeks of you and your fellow colleagues being interviewed, I want to show you a press article that appeared. This is SITF 000-55783 to 000-55996 at SITF 000-55858 to 860. And the Albanian is 562 to 5562 to, I believe, 63. 55862 is the Albanian, sorry. So first, witness, this article appears in Bota Sot on 20 September 2001, so within a few weeks of UNMIC's investigation starting. And Bota Sot is known to be a publication close to the LDK, is that fair?
Në të drejtën,
To tell you the truth, if you ask me, I would never like to comment on such articles. Maybe in a private session I would, but...
You notice that the title says Hashim Thaçi ordered while Sabit Getzi obeyed arrest the delegation of Kosovo. And this article appears in the campaign season for Parliament. Do you agree?
po, ishte një fushat hakmon.
It was a revenge campaign all over because people were struggling to get political terrain. We didn't have any experience in democracy.
Question.
Thank you.
Witness, the newspaper article cites anonymous sources. Were you one of the sources for this newspaper article?
Ja, unë e zbaj kur.
No, I never issue anonymous statements. I have no reason to do that. I am not known for such a person.
Well, if we go to the last page in the English version, and the article states, if we go to the bottom, in bold, Hashim Thaçi and Sabit Getzi are responsible for our arrest. And then in the last column, it says, after the release of 13 Albanian politicians, they held a press conference where they underlined that the members of the KLA were behaved correct with them, even though some of them during their arrest were beaten brutally by them. Do you see that?
Kush e ka thonë këta?
Who said this?
What the article says. And it doesn't reveal who the person is who's giving them this information. Do you see that?
Këta që kanë shkruar këtë,
Those who have written this article were not present in Drenic. What happened in Chirez and Baiz, I told what happened there on the same day that I returned.
Your statement to UNMIC used similar language at the end, that some of you had been beaten in a beastly manner.
ju tregova
I already explained to you the reasons why.
I'm just wondering why the similarity between the language in your letter to UNMIC referring to beastly beatings and this press article talking about brutal beatings. Are you sure that you were not one of the sources for this article?
No, I am not one of the sources. Whatever I said, I declared it publicly. And I am also here declaring things publicly, even though I am constantly asking for private sessions, because during the last 2 days I have been receiving insults and people are being paid to say things against me, I don't know, just to blemish my figure. I'm here and I am proud for every second of my life for what I have done for Kosovo. There are others that may be proud, but not many like me. I have explained everything And I don't understand why you are referring to beastly, brutal, mutilated, when actually we appeared in press conference 2 hours afterwards.
If we could go back to the UNMIC investigative diary, SITF 000-55783 to 55996, at SITF 000-55810. You say, sorry, not you say, it says, 4 days after that press article appeared, there's a note there that says, caution must be used when approaching the LDK victims due to the suspect is a high-ranking PDK political figure with alleged organized crime connection. Furthermore, the Kosovo elections are forthcoming, and since Hashim Thaçi is a candidate, caution must be used when approaching LDK victims. It may be alleged by PDK supporters that this investigation is purposely done to discredit the candidate. My question is now, you now agree with that assessment?
Pa diskutim.
Undoubtedly. I agree there was fierce war, political war between opposing political parties using all means, speculations, allegations, accurate or not, believable or not.
Evidence. I'm sorry, let me just
Any
rephrase
objection
that.
to
The
the
investigative diary, yes.
Your Honor, that is a 214-page PDF, of which only, I think, about 10 pages or so have been shown. There's no objection to the admission of any of the pages that were used with this witness, but I don't think it's proper to offer the entire 214-page PDF that is a compilation of documents.
I actually agree with counsel there, so we only want the investigative diary portion to be admitted into evidence. Just one moment, Mr. President. It's, yeah, SITF 000-55803 to 55811.
All right, SITF 000-55803 to 55811 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned exhibit number 1D67.
Thank you.
If I may, just for a moment, I know with marking, the court officers marked them, but sub-portions of those pages were admitted as other exhibits yesterday. So I believe we have P682, P684, and P686 that are included in that page range that was provided, just for the court to be able to manage that. No? Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you some questions about Tahir Desku. You said that, first of all, Tahir Desku visited you in a room in which you were held and told you that 3 members of the delegation were going to be killed. Do you recall giving that evidence to ULEX?
This is what he said. Although I knew Tahir Desku from Pristina long before he joined the KLA, he was not a credible, reliable person. There are also other things I would mention on his account, but he's now deceased and I will not mention those details. And besides, there's, as I mentioned, this saying that we only say good words about the dead.
Unfortunately, we do have to mention one thing, which I think you have already mentioned, was that you knew that Mr. Desku had a problem with alcohol, correct?
He did have problems. Everybody in Kosovo knows about it. Kosovo is a small place. It's like a town.
Your ULEX statement in 2014, and this is at 034236 to 034237, sorry, 034236 to 034287, redacted, at 034264. You stated Tahir Desku was the one who prepared the news with regard to what the KLA was doing in Drenica. And for the record, that's P680 as well. What do you mean by that? Tahir Desku was the one who prepared the news with regard to what the KLA was doing in Drenica.
He was some sort of poet or journalist, to tell the truth. When I saw him in uniform and carrying an automatic weapon, I remembered when I had met him once in New York streets drinking beers during one of my official visits. Now, I was confused. I didn't know who was the real Tahir, the homeless guy sitting in the streets in New York or the one wearing this uniform. I wouldn't have dealt with this part, but I'm doing it because you were asking the question. So,
KLA and doing something related to news about the KLA?
There was news at the time. The Serbian forces were closing down all Albanian media outlets. There were news broadcast on the Albanian-speaking television.
Desku's specific role in the KLA, you were aware that he had a media role within the KLA.
I think he was responsible for the media, but the KLA knows this. I don't have any hard facts to say that. I wouldn't know what else could he possibly have done in the KLA, having known him before.
You said in your statement that he mentioned that the HQ wanted to kill Agim Krasniqi, Mehdi Bardi, and you. You don't know whether he meant the Drenica HQ or he meant some other HQ.
No, he spoke in his own name. This was 25 years ago. I don't know what was his intention, his purpose. Why did he say that to us? When he said that, I thought it was a joke, and I didn't take it seriously. It was like offering or drinking a cup of coffee. I didn't.
Press release issued by something purporting to be the military police administration of the KLA. Do you know if Tahir Desku himself was the person who participated in drafting that?
I don't want to speculate. I don't recall.
Now, you stated in your ULEX testimony that when you were being moved, you were going back to Chirez and then you were going to Kaimirovts. You were put in a van. Sorry, you were in one car and others were put in a separate van. Is that correct?
Yes, we were separate. We couldn't fit all of us in the same car.
Our page site.
Hold on. Mr. President, I'm going to need a moment to get in my outline here.
Mr. Misetic, if it helps, I think it's page 12.
Actually, I'm going to skip this topic and get back to that in a second. I did want to ask you something else. You were released and you had communications with Sean Burns, correct?
Well,
Correct. On the way up to Chichavica through the forest, there was no road.
Did you tell Sean Burns that you had been beaten?
yes, can I afford?
No, we didn't talk about it. I met Sean Burns in Pristina after the press conference.
For the press conference.
Oh,
How
the
far?
next,
On the next day after the press conference, I held the press conference upon my return, and on the next day I met Mr. Sean Burns, a highly respected person in my eyes. I respect him very much.
And on either occasion, when you were calling him as you were being released or when you met him in Pristina, you didn't tell him on those occasions that you had been beaten. Is that correct?
yeah, I kan përshkruaj
No, I gave the same description, the truthful description, as I did in front of you here. When I called Sean Burns from the mountains, we just agreed on the technicalities of our return to Pristina safe and sound.
And you never told Mr. Burns that someone named Hashim Thaçi was the person in charge of your detention. Is that correct?
yeah,
No, I did not tell him. Again, I met Hashim Thaçi after this whole event in Baica, after several hours. I don't know if it was after 1, 2, or 3 hours. I cannot be accurate on that. I did not keep notes.
And is it fair to say that if you had made such comments to Mr. Burns, it would have been well after you had been released?
banë edhe njerë më pyes.
Can you please ask the question again, because I didn't understand it?
Day of your release, and you didn't tell him when you met in Pristina. If you did tell him, it would have had to have been at some point later, correct?
Kështu që unë e kam taku disa
Look, I met Mr. Burns on several occasions, including after this event. We had very friendly conversations on various topics. I do not want to say it here, but Sean Burns valued my position, my stance, but he also valued and respected the position and the stance of Mr. Thaçi and the KLA, because the KLA, without NATO, without the sacrifices of our people, without NATO and America, we would not have obtained freedom. These are sacred for me and for 99% of the Albanians in Kosovo.
Now, I want to ask you about a few questions related to your ULEX statement 034504 to 034537, that's P81, at page 034517. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong document. I do want to ask you about your ULEX statement, but let me get the right citation. Here we go. This is it, right? Okay. So it is P680.
Microphone, please.
680 at 034266. So let's start, oh, sorry. I just need a minute to pull the Albanian version up. It's 034283 in the Albanian. What it records you as saying is as follows, and it's a bit lengthy, but I want to make sure we get it right. It says, they put us in vehicles and they took us to Kajmirov's village. They took us to the house of a person whose surname was Mehmeti. This was an older person. This was his house, and that is how I found out who the head of that house was. This is very important because from this house in Kajmirov's, I was put in a vehicle with Veli Batucci, Hashim Thaçi, and Sabit Getzi. Sabit Getzi was the driver, and Veli Batucci and I were in the back seat. Is that accurate, witness?
Po.
Yes, it is.
automatic weapons with them, and since they had no room, they asked if they could put the weapons in the back seat. I don't know if they wanted to provoke us, but we did not do anything with those weapons. Sorry, yeah. Then they stopped the vehicle. The rest of the group was in the van I mentioned earlier. When you say the rest of the group, you mean the rest of the members of the delegation?
Po.
Yes.
Was in the van?
Të gjithë kanë qenë pjesa tjetër përveç
All of the others were in the van, with the exception of Veli Bityci and myself.
Talks about they switched on the radio to listen to the news, and we heard that the Minister of Defense, Ahmet Krasniqi, was assassinated in Tirana. Hashim and Sabit were very pleased. They were enthusiastic, actually. They talked to each other. We could not understand why, but they were very happy. Then Sabit told me that not 13, but 12 of you will be going to Pristina. I asked him why, and he said, Agim Krasniqi, who was in the van, we are going to kill him, said Sabit. He belonged to Rugova's political party with a military background, and he was the chairman of the Security Committee of the Assembly of Kosovo. And in their opinion, he was the one in line to become the new Minister of Defense. This was in their thoughts. Sabit got out of the vehicle, and he pulled a handgun out of the vehicle. I also got out of the vehicle. He told me, get back in the vehicle or I will kill you too. I told him that I was the leader of the group, and first you have to kill me. I told Hashim, stop him, because these are civilians who have not done anything wrong. They are all intellectuals. And then it continues. The prosecutor asks, had you been set free at the time? Your answer, we had been freed, but under escort. Then, after my insistence, Sabit did not go with the handgun to the van, but he returned the handgun into the vehicle, and he said to Agim Krasniqi, go and thank the leader of your group, because he is a real leader who even accepted to get killed in order to save you. George Deadeye is the one who saved your life, and not me. Is that what you told Ulex?
Look, I can't recall these details because this happened a long time ago, and it's a difficult situation. However, I do know that I pleaded with President Thaçi and asked him, stop this man and take him back in the vehicle.
Him. You told Ulex that you stopped him, and you stopped him.
Let
me finish.
No, he did not stop him.
You said you stopped him, and Sabit Getzi was so impressed by you stopping him that he told Agim Krasniqi that it was you who saved Agim Krasniqi's life. That's what you told Ulex, correct?
that needs to be said, which is they had the absolute right to stop us and to check us and to inquire about us. When you go to some area controlled by an army without announcing yourself or without any authorization.
I want to stick with is this incident with Sabit Getzi and Agim Krasniqi. Would it surprise you that Agim Krasniqi in his testimony to ULEX did not recall any such incident where he had been threatened by Sabit Getzi or told by Sabit Getzi that you had saved his life? Does that surprise you?
It's his right. I wouldn't comment on other people's declarations and statements. I don't know if he stands to gain anything from it or not. I know he was a man with a dignified person who was ready to accept to be arrested or killed by Serbia. There were others who didn't want to be included in the list. I will not comment on what Agim said. I do know one thing, though, if I'm permitted to say it. The title of this testimony would be that I was the leader of this delegation, and we were lucky that President Thaçi happened to be there in Drenica, and we're today safe and sound, because he was probably traveling in different areas. So these two people surmounted difficulties and prevented anything bad from happening during this situation.
The reference to the testimony of Agim Krasniqi was 034504 to 034537 at 034517. And Mr. President, this is a good time for a break.
Thank you. Witness, we will take our morning break until 11:30. Please do not speak to anyone about your testimony.
Thank you.
All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you may bring the witness into the courtroom. Still with the Thaçi defense, we will continue with your cross-examination. Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, you'll be happy to learn I only have a few questions left for you. First, can you tell us the circumstances by which you were appointed an ambassador of Kosovo?
This word, you'll be happy, it's worthless to me because I don't know what happiness is. with the respect to your question, at the end of 2018, based on a pre-electoral agreement signed with the PDK, Democratic Party of Kosovo, I was appointed plenipotentiary ambassador of the Republic of Kosovo in Macedonia.
Being a liberal in Kosovo is a sacrifice, as my American friends told me, and it's an adventure. But I did it for certain purposes which I have already pointed out. Being not able to get a seat in parliament, because all liberal parties have problems in the Balkans, I entered into a coalition, and as of 2007, I am in a coalition with the Democratic Party of Kosovo, and I will be its supporter and voter for as long as I live. In this agreement, we have specified we are going to have a deputy minister, advisor, and an ambassador. I've signed it with the Honorable Speaker Kadri Veseli. Yes.
Does any part of the agreement involve you changing your testimony that you gave to ULEX in exchange for an ambassadorship?
What did you say? Can you repeat, please?
That you should change your testimony that you gave to ULEX, and in exchange you would be given an ambassadorship.
No, even if I were appointed 1,000-time ambassador, prime minister, or president, or even president of Europe, that would have nothing to do with what we are here for.
My next question is, do you know someone named Zimber Zimberi?
Zimberi.
Yes.
Bear Zimberi? Yes, I do know him. He used to work in the former security organ, police security, before the war in the 80s or 90s.
Know him personally?
I know him personally. I think he is known to everyone in Kosovo. He is very tall. I think one of the tallest men in Kosovo. If we are talking about the same person, the same Zimber.
Do you know a person named Zoran Stijovic?
Yes, I know him too, because he interrogated me. He arrested me. When I returned from a demonstration in Bern of Germany, I spoke there in Bonn. Before the war, yes, before the war, once I returned to Pristina, I was arrested and interrogated with his pistol, keeping his pistol on the table. And I asked him, don't touch me, you can kill me, but don't touch me.
Have a conversation with either Zimber Zimberi or Zoran Stijovic about the events at Shirez or Pais?
Yeah.
Absolutely never in my life. I knew Zoran before the war. The KLA was not in existence then.
In person, Zoran Stijovic.
The last time I saw him in the special court on television. He was involved in a process, I don't know. No, never. I wouldn't like to see him, and I have never seen him in person.
No, you said that he interrogated you, and I'm asking you now, Since that interrogation back when you returned from the demonstration in Bern,
In Bonn.
in Bonn, when was the next time you saw Zoran Stijovic face to face?
Korni Harniet.
Never.
Last time you saw Zimber Zimberi face to face? Encourage you to meet with Zoran Stijovic to discuss the events at Chires or Bites?
Asni her.
Never.
Shechal.
Look here, what you are putting to me seems like a Hitchcock movie. I have got nothing to do with that. You can say anything you want involving me, other than the police things, because Serbs have killed 20 members of my family, I mean young men and men.
I understand. So on that note, I will thank you for answering my questions. And Mr. President, that concludes my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Misetic. Any questions from the Vesely defense?
We have no questions at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Tully?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I'm going to aim to finish this in one session. I might go a little bit over, but I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, witness. My name is Eric Tully, and I represent Recep Salimi. As you heard, I'm going to ask you questions for maybe the next hour, hour and a half. I'm going to ask questions and I'll try to be as brief as possible. So we've heard your testimony for 2.5 days now. So where you can, if you can answer with yes or no answers to the questions, it'd be much appreciated. And I want you to answer the questions to the best of your ability. But like Mr. Misetic, I'll raise my hand if I feel you've gone beyond the borders of my question. I don't mean that as a disrespect to you or anything like that, just for brevity. And I'm going to give you an indication of what each topic I'm going to speak to you about will be before I ask you questions. But I want you to be clear on those questions. So if there's anything you don't understand, please stop asking for clarification. And I've noticed from the prep note that you speak English. So if you hear or understand... Sorry, I think the witness isn't able to hear in the... Yeah.
Ja do
The volume is very low.
Thank you.
Okay, so witness, I was saying that from the preparation note, I noticed that you speak English. So if you hear or understand my question in English, then please wait for the Albanian translation before answering. So to give you an idea of how I'm going to proceed with the questions, I'm going to deal with it in 2 general sections. First, it's going to be with the events in Chires, and then separately it will be the events in Bajce. I will not, or I do not intend to refer to person number 1, so you can rest assured that you don't need to be giving answers about him unless I specifically indicate to. Regarding the first topic, I'm going to deal with your identification of Mr. Salimi as being the person in the car who you spoke with on the way from Chires to Bajce. Now, you expressed a feeling on Monday that you weren't sure if the person in the car was Mr. Salimi or not. And I will suggest to you through the questions that the person you spoke to in the car and you subsequently state was in the school in Bajce was in fact not Mr. Salimi, but another person using that nickname, Guri, that you were told in the back of the car. A nickname that Mr. Salimi did not use to refer to himself during the war. Okay, so before I get into this, I want to ask you a question which I believe can be answered with a yes or no answer. And that is, prior to September 1998, you had never seen Recep Salimi before. Is that right, yes or no?
Ja, asni her.
No, never.
Never seen him, okay. And during the events in Chires or Baitsa in September 98, nobody introduced themselves to you as Recep Salimi, nor were they introduced to you by another person as Recep Salimi. Is it yes or no?
During
Until Baitsa, even though he was in the car with me, I didn't know that he was Recep Salimi. He said he was Guri until he returned our IDs.
So, when I want to read out to you a passage from Sania Zecherai. She was a member of the delegation in Chires, is that correct? Witness, did you hear the question?
Papa.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. She was, but she returned to Pristina.
39. On page 11439. And I might not need it on the screen, actually. I can just read it. It's easier. So, Sania Zecherai said to the prosecution, at the time of the Chires incident, she did not know who Recep Salimi was. The civilian population did not know him either. Based on what Ms. Zecherai has said here, Mr. Salimi was not a public figure in Kosovo in September 1998. Do you agree with that?
I didn't know him, and I have no comment on Ms. Zecherai, because in fact she and the group of ladies were ordered to return to Pristina.
So you'd agree that Mr. Salimi only came to prominence in Kosovo's public life towards the end of the war, or even after it, later in 1999. Would you agree with that?
I don't know who knew and who didn't know Mr. Salimi. I have my respect for him. I came to know him only in Baitz.
But witnesses, and not after the events in Baitsa that you associated the name Recep Salimi with the person you met in the car after 1998.
When in the car, I didn't know whether that person was or wasn't Mr. Salimi, because I had never seen him before.
And when did you learn the name Recep Salimi?
When in Baitz, and I'm repeating, when he very politely and respectfully, expressing also regret, but he returned the IDs, and I heard rumors that he was Recep Salimi. I didn't know him. I had never seen him in my life before.
That he was Recep Salimi, but he didn't introduce himself as Recep Salimi. Is that what you said?
No, he didn't introduce himself. There was no reason why he should. I don't remember that he introduced himself.
From the other people who were part of the delegation?
They may be rumors, I don't know, but I said what I heard, what I thought, and what I think now.
So after the events then in Baitsa in September 1998, when was the next time that you associated the name Recep Salimi with a face? When did you see him?
After the war, people lived in Pristina, the main road where people walk. People know each other. I don't know the dates. I didn't need to write down the dates for when I met this or that person.
Fine, I don't need you to be exact, but you've said after the war. So when you saw him and associated a name with him, it was after, when you for certain knew this was Recep Salimi. This was after the war, so later in 99 into 2000?
Yes.
Would that be right?
I knew him from a distance after the war, but I never had any contacts with him.
So yesterday, speaking with Mr. Misetic, I'm going to talk now about the events in Chirez itself and talk about the substance of your evidence. So yesterday, speaking with Mr. Misetic, you mentioned two individuals in the LDK office, and they were Gani Kotsi and person number one. And I don't need another description of what happened in the office, but do I understand your evidence that these two individuals are the only two persons who you were able to identify in that LDK office on the 20th of September 1998?
Nuk e kam kuptuar pyetjen.
I didn't understand your question.
Held in the office. The other members of the delegation were held in the office in Chirez. The only two persons who you mentioned when you were speaking to Mr. Misetic were Gani Kotsi and person number one. So am I right in thinking that these are the only two people who you identify from that office?
Yes. Right. You are right.
When you first met the individual who called himself Guri, this was inside the car that took you from Chirez to Baitsa. And I'm going to read out to you from your testimony on Monday, and this is transcript from the 6th of November, page 9357 to 9358. The question you're asked is, I understand that you're not sure now. Do you recall testifying 9 years ago in 2014 that you were in the car with Recep Salimi? And you said, maybe it was him, not because he's here now, but because you think I am subjective in my statement. But the person who was in the car with me, I'm not sure it was Recep Salimi. Now, I don't need you to comment on that for now, but do you remember giving that answer to the prosecutor's question? Okay.
Yes.
Go further. Can you clarify for me how many people were in that car with you, the person who introduced himself as Guri, and the driver?
Shoferi.
The driver and the person you are referring to, and myself.
Nobody else got into the car, and nobody was in the car, just three people. Do I have that right? You didn't stop at any point and pick up anybody else? No, okay.
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall to.
2 days ago, you told us that the driver in the car that you were in on your way from Chirez to Baitsa was Suleiman Salimi. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
You didn't know who Suleiman Salimi was at that time, did you?
Kishim dëgjuar për ta.
I had heard about him. He was in the media. And then I learned them more from the people that were there with me in Baitsa during these 48 hours. Probably it was Suleiman Salimi.
Based on seeing Suleiman Salimi later on in life, that you were able to say with some certainty that he was driving that car. Is that right?
Yes. Because after the war, I discussed with people who the person was with me in the car, because I was keen to find it out, as I am even now. Until I die, I am interested.
Sulaiman Salimi. That's what you based your knowledge on, is that right? The Albanian reference is the same ERN, and it's at page 034336 to an ERN ending in 7, the next page. And I'm going to show you something on your screen, witness. I want you to read it. I'm going to ask you a question afterwards. Apologies, witness. We're just waiting for some tech. Yeah, thank you. And on the English, it's down a little bit on the page. Sorry, I'm... One second. I think it goes on to the next page. It's at the bottom, I think. No, on the Albanian. So, at the very top here, I want you to follow along what it says. So, I'm going to read from the page before this, on the Albanian, which it says, "All of us were put into vehicles. Only the women and the drivers were excluded. When we were going, he stopped halfway. We changed vehicles. I and Agim went to Sultan's vehicle. I did not know him at the time." This is a statement from Mehdi Bardi. The prosecutor asks, "How did you know he was called Sultan?" And Mehdi Bardi responded, "Everyone knew he was called Sultan. Agim talked to him. I'm not sure if it was a Mercedes or something like that. Agim talked to him and he told me he was the Sultan. Then we reached Baitsa." So you don't remember Agim Kresnici and Mehdi Bardi getting into the car with you on the way from Chires to Baitsa. Is that right?
Yeah.
No.
From the past,
No.
Bardi seems fairly certain, as you were in your identification, that the individual in question was Sulaiman Salimi. The difference being that he's with somebody who knows Suleiman Salimi and tells him that in fact it's Suleiman Salimi he is talking to. So do you accept then that it's likely your identification of the driver present in the car might be mistaken?
Objection. I don't see what's been read as identifying Suleiman Salimi at all. There's a name Sultan here, and that's it.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't hear you, Your Honor. Okay, thank you.
You may go ahead.
Okay. So, from looking at that witness, and I'm not suggesting that you deceived in any way, but do you accept that your identification of the driver of that car might have been mistaken?
I never lie.
But you can make a mistake, can't you?
I may forget.
But would you accept then, based on this, that your ability to accurately identify people you didn't know in that car from Chires to Baitse might not be as accurate as you might have previously believed?
It is possible, it is human. I was not born and brought up in the same house with them.
Thank you, witness. So I'm going to move on then to the person who called himself Guri in that car. And I'm right in saying, and I'm going to keep referring to him as the person who called himself Guri, but you had never seen this individual before in your life. Isn't that right?
No, never in my life.
And for clarity, and I know you've said already that nobody ever introduced, that Recep Salimi was not introduced to you, and he did not introduce himself as Recep Salimi on that day, but similarly, no one in Chires or Baitse said to you, Recep Salimi's nickname is Guri.
No, the person who was in the car with me, the person we are speaking about, when I asked him, who are you? He said, I'm Guri. I didn't know then, I don't know now who Guri is or was.
Okay, so for, my Albanian son, yes, sure.
I want to add that he behaved very correctly with me. He even bought a Coca-Cola for me because I was thirsty. And I thank him for that. He really behaved very well, no, whoever he was, Guri or Rock or Steel or I don't know.
Thank you, witness. So I'm going to move on then to the use of this nickname. So I think you referred to it. My Albanian's not great, but Guri means rock or stone in Albanian. Is that right?
Stone.
Yes.
But are you aware of the fact that Guri was not a nickname or a nom de guerre that was used by Mr. Salimi during the war? Are you aware of that fact? Or is this the first time you're hearing it?
I don't know that. I don't know who used that name. I don't deal with nicknames or nom de guerre.
Prior to coming here, I had the chance to review the prosecution's indictment of the four accused.
Nuk besoj që e kam lexuar.
I don't believe I read it.
Officer, can I have F00999 Annex 3 to the indictment at paragraph 7, shown on the screen? I don't think I need an Albanian for it. Now, you see there under the heading Recep Salimi that even on the SPO's case, as stated in their indictment, where they list some nicknames for Mr. Salimi, they don't allege that Guri was a nom de guerre used by Mr. Salimi during the war. Is that a fact that surprises you?
Asone nuk ju thash
Nor did I say that Guri was Recep Selimi. What I said is I don't know who Guri was, and to this day I do not know who that person is.
There, paragraph 7. Again, I'll submit to your superior command of Albanian, but my understanding is that none of those names even sound like Guri, do they?
A keni nevojë për ndonjë përgjigje?
Do you expect an answer?
Could you have misheard any of those names as Guri?
Jo, nuk shoh.
No, I don't see Guri in this portion. And I said, based on what I can remember, things are a bit confused, but the person I talked to in the cars introduced himself as being Guri. It ended there. I didn't deal with this any longer. I was not interested in it. I thought at the time that this whole thing would be considered as a minor offense and not that we would reach this dark day for me, for the KLA, for the country. But these are things we have to go through. Anyway.
We'll move on, because I don't need to clarify that part. But I want to show you that this word Guri that you were told, this was a relatively popular nickname within the KLA, some located near the area where the events of September 98 took place, were even used by some units near Bajca. So you don't have to take my word for it just now, but I'm going to just show you a series of documents. Not all of them are in Albanian, but I want you to follow along. And I'll move as quickly as I can, but please follow on your screen. So, Madam Court Officer, can I please have 083221 TRET, Part 5, page 12. And in the Albanian, it's on page 13, lines 7 to 14.
Objection to showing this document to the witness. I believe it falls under protective measures.
Oh, well, the name of the witness isn't specified.
I believe there's other information that identifies the witness that's not to be revealed to other witnesses.
Okay, well, I can perhaps not show it to the witness, and I can read out the...
Please read it to him.
Okay, I can read it to you then, witness. I'm going to read from an interview with another person in the KLA, and said, I've arrested a person with the surname Guri, who was chief of intelligence. I have his name here. I'm not going to read out the name to you. He's still alive. He's still alive. He was the commander of the intelligence with the nickname Guri. So you hear that first example of the nickname Guri being used clearly?
Yes, the name Guri was used, and it's a common name as a root of family names Gurakuchi, Guraziu. So there might have been many people with the nickname Guri within the KLA. I wouldn't know about that exactly.
A little bit ahead, and I want to show you also, perhaps we go to, Your Honor, perhaps we go to closed session for this. I'm about to speak about use a person's name in public. I don't know if it's...
The private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Okay, Your Honor, it's just out of the abundance of caution for the names I'll read out is the reason I'm doing this. So can I have the next one is 058280TRET. It's part 6, pages 4 to 5. Line 23. Yes, so before it goes on to the next page, sorry. If you can skip to the next page, my apologies. And there it says, I believe I used the pseudonym Guri at the time. This is an interview with Saleh Leitzi from the Brigade 136 in Dukajin. I believe I used the pseudonym Guri at the time. I could be wrong. I think that would be on the letter. Maybe you have it. You can show me if you've got it. I really would, whoever see what you have, you. Okay, the pseudonym Guri, I used it very rarely. And if I can next have OR091, 443,
We have the number again.
OR091 4443. If you can scroll down, do you see a man by the name of Yetullah Chari? And you see his alias is listed as Guri. You see that witness?
Bobo?
Yep.
Yes, I do, but I don't know the individual. I don't know who that person is.
Quickly, I just have two more to show you. So I'm going to go to SPO E000 49154 to 49159 at page 49154. Point E. Yeah, and at the final paragraph there, it says it could be Fadil Chadraku, nickname Guri, from Vrshevts village, presently living in Pristina, Jermia Road. And you see there another person with the name Guri. And, Madam Court.
Yes.
ERN 082926 to 083087 at page 082987. And in the middle, where the sentence begins with, oh, excuse me. This is from the brother of one Fadil Chadraku, the person we just spoke about. And he says, then I went to Baitsa at my uncle Veli Bathet Yari's house in order to tell him that found my family. So do you see that Fadil Chadraku, who we just spoke about, had family relations in Baitsa?
I can see it, but I have no idea who this person is.
I won't go further than this, but I have two documents that are connected to each other, and I'll move on to the conclusion of this topic. There was a unit that was called Guri 1, which encompassed a KLA platoon in Baitsa, and it's a unit that Mr. Salimi was never involved in. So can I have 095979 to 095989 on the screen at page 95981, and it's the same in Albanian. And at the top of the page it says the Baitsa and Testernik platoon is also part of Guri 1 company. Do you see that at the top of the screen too? You don't need to know it, just you can see that on the screen, right? You can see that? Yeah. Can you see that? Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't know who these people are.
Just finally, witness, just one last document. U0007775 ET, it's one page. This is the commander of this unit is Yahir Damaku, and he's stationed in Baitsa. Can you see that there?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, I've shown you this series of documents, witness, and I apologize for going a bit slow there, but you've seen on the examples we've seen, and I think you've alluded to it already, that the Guri nickname appears to be quite popular among KLA members. And it also referred to at least one unit operating in the area during the war. So there are numerous possibilities for who this individual was who was referring to himself as Guri in the back of the car, and the possibility that it was a soldier belonging to a Guri unit or commanding a Guri unit. Isn't that right?
I never heard the people you introduced to me through these documents.
My point really is that it's more plausible that a person who actually went by the nickname Guri, or belongs to the unit Guri, commanded the unit Guri, was the person you spoke in the car, rather than a person who's never used that nickname before or after. Would you accept that?
Anything is possible. However, the persons you showed on the screen and mentioned to me, I've never heard about them.
Heard of them. But do you accept the possibility then that the person you spoke to in that car was not Mr. Salimi?
I did not say. I'm not 100% certain, even for myself, my physical presence here. I'm like in a dream. I again wish to protest that you conducting this in an open session and thus endangering my family, myself, my future, and this is not very human. However, we're used to sacrifices and difficulties, but that's another topic. In the
Also reminded me we're still in private session. That's my mistake. We should be in public. If I can ask to go to public.
Are you finished with private session?
I am, yeah.
Madam Prosecutor, please take us to public session, please.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Okay, witness, we're back in open session. So I'm going to move on to the events in Thaçi. Just as a general comment on your state of mind at that point, when you spoke to ULEX, and this is in P680 at page 034259. Your memory of the specifics at the school in Thaçi, particularly around the altercations you described, you remember saying that you were in shock. So you were in shock at the time the altercations took place. Is that right?
Any normal person would be in shock, even if it's, you give a bad look to or say a bad word to that person.
Ability to remember details surrounding that altercation. Isn't that thrust of your evidence?
Yeah, with this,
No. My memory, my soul, and my heart was destroyed by Serbia. You don't seem to believe it. If you knew exactly how and when, I think everybody in this courtroom would feel sorry for me.
Happened in the school in Thaçi and your ability to remember those details. Okay, so what I'm going to quote to you is from your own interview in 2018 with the prosecution at page 10. I don't need to be shown. And you said, "I've never been able to make a precise analysis of those 2 minutes," and you're referring to the altercation here, "because sincerely at that time my brain was not working." Is that accurate?
That's true. And any normal person, even if you had the physical strength of Mike Tyson, would have a dysfunctional brain.
You've been consistent on this since 2014 because you told ULEX, and correct me if I'm wrong, and this is from P680 at page 034259. You said, "My brain could not grasp all of this, and I cannot tell you now all that I had seen there." And you're referring again to the time around the altercation. So you've been consistent on the point since 2014. Isn't that right?
Even today, it's hard for me to remember and to give you an accurate account because it was so fast what happened and it was getting dark. And such questions, in a way, are like a pressure being brought on me and my family.
The presence of the person who introduced himself to you as Guri during the altercation and what you were asked by ULEX and the prosecutor. So on Monday you were brought to a passage of your ULEX interview from 2014 where the prosecutor asked you a question about something you said in that interview. This is from transcript of the 6th of November 2023 at page 9372 to 9373. And I'm going to read out exactly what you were asked then. And the prosecutor said, "You say you were asked whether or not Recep Salimi was there, and your answer was, he was there as well, but I was in shock. I've never been beaten before." And she's referring there to what was in your ULEX interview. So indicating that you had just been beaten. When I saw my friends bleeding, these were members of Parliament as well, members of the steering committees. My brain could not grasp all of this, so I cannot tell you now all I'd seen. Is that what happened? And you gave your answer then after.
Newton.
So my question now is not an explanation of that just yet. We'll get to that. But do you remember being referred to this passage of your 2014 ULEX interview by the prosecutor on Monday, yes or no?
Please withdraw the word beating. Nobody beat me, and nobody can beat me. No, you don't understand.
By the prosecutor, they're not by me. So I'm
Shcha,
quoting
s'ka
directly.
lidhje.
Look here, doesn't matter who said that word, why, in what context. I said that Recep Selimi, if he was Recep Selimi, returned our IDs in bytes. No, this is important.
Excuse me.
Witness, please answer the question. You're adding more information than was asked for.
All I'm asking you is, do you remember being brought to the part of your interview where it was quoted whether you were asked if Recep Selimi was there or not, and you read from the interview from ULEX that says he was there as well, but I was in shock. Do you remember being asked that question, is all I'm asking for now?
Po.
Yes. Who wasn't in shock?
We'll get to it. We'll
Zbani pyetje që e dini edhe
Witness.
veç provokues.
Interpreters note the speakers are overlapping and have to slow down for the purposes of interpretation. Thank you. This pace is impossible.
The question is asked before you answer. You are cutting off the speaker.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, for reference, before I move forward, the passage the prosecutor was referring to is P680 at page 034259. But on Monday, when the prosecutor asked you this question, they didn't bring you to the very next page of that same interview from 2014, where you're asked the exact same question. Your answer is quite different from the one you referred to on Monday. So I'm going to read from that. That's from P680, and it's P034260. And I want to show this on screen, please. The Albanian is 34277. And it's towards the bottom of the page on the English. And this is the question you're asked that you weren't referred to on Monday. You said, Mr. Selimi was in the room at the time. This is referring to after the altercations took place. And your answer was, I'm not sure whether he left the room and put a mask on and came back. I cannot be certain. So, witness, having seen this, isn't it the
Yes.
2014, just as you can't say today that the person you identified as Mr. Selimi was in the room when those altercations took place? Isn't that true?
No, he was not in the room when the
that's something that UNMIC recorded you as saying to them in 2001, but when you were asked that question in 2014 about whether Mr. Salimi was in the room when the altercations took place, you didn't use an opportunity then to repeat an allegation that Sabit Getzi, Hashim Thaçi and Recep Salimi looked through the door while those altercations were taking place. You didn't say that in 2014, didn't you not?
It took me years, not to say decades, maybe even now I need more time to go to know the truth of this incident that took place, which was exaggerated. It was a minor incident, like those that happened today in Kosovo's parliament or in the EU parliament.
Finally, on this point, in light of what we've discussed, it's not surprising that no one else from the delegation who gave a statement to authorities states that Mr. Salimi or anybody else was in a room checking IDs while altercations were taking place between KLA members and the delegation. That's not surprising to you then, is it?
It's not surprising, and I am re-emphasizing that at that moment Recep Salimi was not present in the room.
Okay, I'm going to come then to the topic that you've returned to a few times, and this is the returning of the ID cards. So when you spoke with ULEX in 2014, you said that the IDs were returned by a person you thought to be Recep Salimi on the 20th of September in a classroom where all the delegation were. And yesterday you stated that it was this Guri person who returned your IDs in the lobby of the school before any altercation happened. You remember giving those answers?
Could I just ask for a page cite?
Sure. From the ULEX, it's at page 34268 in English and 34286 in the Albanian. And my apologies, I don't have the site for the transcript from yesterday, but I'll give it to you in a second. But do you remember giving those answers, witness?
I'm just concerned because I think you used the word Guri in his answer in the testimony, and I don't recall that. That's why I was asking for the page site. I apologize.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Witness, do you remember giving those answers? And I'm talking about when, I'm not talking about who returned, I'm just asking about when you say they were returned. In the classroom with everybody present on the 20th of September, or in the lobby on the 20th of September?
In the lobby of the school. And I didn't mention Guri then, or any other nickname. And to my recollection, maybe I am also mistaken, the person that I mentioned, and I reconfirm now, was very polite and respectful. With good words, he returned our IDs. And I thought he was Recep Salimi, but I didn't mention Guri ever in a preparatory session yesterday or today, and I will never mention that.
Well, witness, it's the same person you're talking about that you spoke in the car with, isn't it? The person who introduced themselves as Guri, because you've never said a second person came in. So the same person you're talking about that returned those IDs is the person you spoke with in the car who introduced themselves as Guri, isn't that right?
I think that the same person who was in the car with me, in addition to the driver, was the one who, even in the car, was very polite, the one that very politely returned the IDs to us.
I'm not saying you said the name Guri in that. I'm saying that this is the same person, so that's why I'm using that word. That's the only name. It's the only name you were positively introduced this person as, so that's why I'm using it. That's all. So, do I understand correctly that you're saying that the IDs at this point were returned to all of the delegates, not in groups? Everybody got their ID back at this point. Is that what you're saying?
Po,
Yes. Everybody, all the deputies got their IDs back.
1998, the day you were brought to the school.
kur ishim në hollin
Yes, when we were in the lobby of the school.
There are other people in the delegation who've given statements about when their IDs were returned, and I want you to remember that we've just discussed about the shock that you were in and your ability to recall. I'm not accusing you of any lying here, but I want you to bear that in mind when I show you the statements of other people, because, or when I give you accounts of other people, because there's nobody else in the delegation who's given a statement, whoever says that IDs were returned in a lobby or in a classroom or on the 20th of September. So, first of all, and I'm going to read this out to you, I'll give the references at the end, or I can give them now. Kurtish Devaya, who gave a statement, claimed that the IDs were returned to the That's that's 034403 to 34441 at page 34417. And Yusuf Talaku states that the IDs were in fact handed back to the delegation. While they were in the house they were taken to in Krasmirov's, Ismail Mehmeti's house, at the foot of the Chiravica mountain. So again, bear in mind, I'm not accusing you of deceiving anyone here, Mr. Deadeye, but these are 4 different accounts, 4 different places, different dates to the ones you were given, you've given investigators. Would you accept then, having seen this, and would you agree with my proposition that nobody, including you, has a clear memory as to when and how the IDs were returned? Would you accept that?
Objection as to his opinion about other people's memories.
Sustained.
Okay. Would you accept the possibility that you perhaps made a mistake in your evidence of how and when the IDs were returned?
çdo njeri gjallë
Every living person may err, but I'm convinced, and this is what I think. I don't know what the others have said. I haven't communicated with them. It's the first time I'm hearing this, but I think that we were returned our IDs in the lobby of Mijeni's school in Baitz.
On then to another point of your testimony where you describe someone sitting in a teacher's chair at the top of the classroom. So, is it still your evidence that when you were taken to Baitza that there was a person, without identifying them, but there was a person sitting at the top of that classroom with your ID cards?
Yes, correct.
Well, again, would it surprise you then that nobody else from your delegation describes a man sitting at the top of a classroom looking through ID cards when you were taken to that classroom, the way you've claimed?
I speak only for myself, and I'm responsible only for my actions before any law and before any chamber. I cannot
Okay, and this is a description from Kurtesh Devaya of when you were taken into the classroom. I'm going to read from it here. It's, when we got out of the vehicles at the school in Thaçi, we saw soldiers wearing black masks. We did not recognize any of them because they were wearing masks and had KLA emblems on the arm. Where were you taken? They put us into a classroom in that school building. Can you remember what time you arrived? It was approximately 4 p.m. It was before it got dark. What happened when you were in that classroom? In that classroom, we spent some 10 to 15 minutes. We were all confused and hoping all the time that they were going to let us go. We all wanted to return during the daylight and at the same time feared contact with the Serbian police. So Mr. Devaya doesn't make any mention of the man at the top of the room, does he? As you've done.
It is his right to say what he thinks. You are asking me what I think and what I know, and not Mr. Devaya.
I'm not going to show the rest on screen. I'll read them out to make things quicker. So from an interview with Yusuf Telaku, this is 034363 for reference, to 034402 at page 034372. And he's talking about being taken to Thaçi, and he says, members of the delegation hardly said anything. At some point, someone came into the room and said, "Do you know who I am?" No one said anything, but I didn't know him. There may have been people there who recognized him, but I did not know him. No mention of the man at the top of the room. And if I can show Agim Krasniqi, excuse me, I'll read out from Agim Krasniqi's statement to you, Lex. 34504 to 034573 at page 034511. And Agim Krasniqi said, "Can you tell us what happened when you were in that classroom?" And the witness said, "We were all sat there, then a group of persons all unknown to us. All of a sudden they came and stood before us. Were these people in uniform? I believe they were all dressed in uniform. KLA, were they armed? No." The prosecutor said, "Having said that to you, what happened next?" And Mr. Krasniqi replied, "Yes, the reason for the detention there in that room, they stated we had entered into a territory under the supervision and control of the KLA without any prior information and without any permit. This was the justification why they had detained us there." Again, Mr. Krasniqi makes no mention of a man at the top of the room, does he?
It is his version.
This one. We entered the school in Thaçi. It was towards the evening hours. The prosecutor asked, "Was it dark?" Witness, "I don't recall very well, but it must have been." Prosecutor, "What happened then?" Witness, "We entered the school building. We were brought into a classroom. 4 KLA members with masks and guns stood there. They said, 'We're going to interview you. Come on, get up.' I cannot recall if I was first. I think George was first." Again, he only talks about masked men in a room. He doesn't mention any man sitting at the top of the room, does he?
This is also his version.
You've got several others who, none of whom...
I'm here to provide you with my version.
You have others who are in the room with you, all witnessing the same events, and not one of them mentions a man at the top of the room like you do. Would you accept that you might have been mistaken on this, and there was not a man in that room sitting at the top, as you've described?
I already said we are all human beings, and no one cannot make mistakes. Even the robots make mistakes. I am saying to you what I remember. I'm telling you only what I remember. You put to me 4 witnesses that have provided for different statements.
But the translators are having troubles with your delivery.
My apologies, Your Honor. Okay, witness. I'm going to ask you one next set of questions before I move on to my final topic, and this is, again, still with the events in Bajca. So, you made much in your ULEX interview about an interaction that you claim to have between the person who you said was sitting at the top of the room, who you identified as Recep Selimi. And I'm just going to read the passage to you. So this is from your interview of 2014 at 034236 to 034287, page 034258. The prosecutor asked you, when you were in the school, who did you recognize? You said, they put us into a classroom with chairs. Recep Selimi sat at the place where usually the teacher sits with our ID cards. And he said, how come you guys are all professors, intellectuals? How did you come here? And you say you responded by saying, I told him we had come there as members of a humanitarian mission, and by doing so we had endangered our lives, but we thought our lives would be endangered by the Serbs, not by the KLA. Do you remember giving that answer to ULEX in 2014?
Only from the Serbs. Only from the Serbs was our life in danger. And with your question, you are putting my life in danger again, because the Serbs are ready to do anything, and like they did for this court.
Words in a statement that was recorded by ULEX. I'm not making these up. I'm just saying that this is what you said to ULEX. Did you say those words to ULEX?
Yes, to ULEX I said we were endangered. We were endangered by the Serbs. But we knew that the danger was there when we left.
At my point here, because if you had said to this person, if that person was at the top of the room, if you'd said to that person that we thought our lives would be endangered by the Serbs and not by the KLA, this would be a particularly insulting thing to say to that person. It'd be dramatic, wouldn't it? If you had said that.
Our life was always, as far as I remember, from when I was born and grew up, my life and the life of my family was in danger only by the Serbs.
But these words that are recorded, that 2014, if you had indeed said these words to the person sitting at the top of the classroom, those would be, if you had said those words, those would be insulting words. Those are words that anyone in the room would remember, right?
I never said anything other than accurate, good words for the person who returned our IDs, who showed his sympathy for us. I'm not interested in other speculations.
Witness, we don't need to go back through them again, but we've gone through the statements of other people from the delegation, and in support of what you say that you never actually said this to the person at the top of the room, there's not a single other person from the delegation who recalls you having a challenge with the man at the top of the room, as well as not remembering that man. And they don't remember any interaction between you or anybody else with a man at the top of the room. Does that surprise you?
Objection. That actually hasn't been put to him. We went through the recognition of someone being at the top of the classroom, but all of the other additional propositions have never been put to the witness.
Overruled. Continue your questions.
Witness, would it surprise you that no one else from the delegation recalls you or anybody else having an interaction like the one that's described in your 2014 ULEX statement?
Nothing would surprise me given the circumstances.
Change didn't happen, isn't that right?
It wouldn't surprise me because people might have forgotten. I don't know. I don't wish to speculate why somebody might have said this and that. I'm not that kind of person. What I'm saying is that I think there was a person sitting on a chair in front of us who politely returned our IDs to us. I think that we received our IDs back in bytes. Now, this is what I think. Error is a human thing, and it could be the case that I have forgotten things.
My final topic. You've been shown your 2001 unmixed statement and referred to it a few times. You're then aware that you don't make any mention of a person sitting at the top of the classroom or you having an exchange of words with that person, aren't you? In 2001.
Could be. I have explained and clarified my statements in 2001, 2014, the conditions and circumstances and the reasons for which these statements were given.
I'm going to move on to my last topic, and I hope to finish just before the lunch break. So, Mr. Misetic spoke with you briefly this morning about a conversation you said happened between you and Tahir Descu. And you've made it quite clear that now you wouldn't trust anything he said because he was an alcoholic. My question to you is that when you recalled this story to the ULEX prosecutors in 2014, you didn't tell them that Tahir Descu was unreliable because he was an alcoholic. Why was that?
I forgot. And the time and the situation in which I gave the statement. This was after the war. I don't know where you're from and if you've ever witnessed war, but this is not important. If you've seen graves being dug, people massacred and burned, I understand it's irrelevant, this one too. However, what I'm trying to say is it is extremely difficult for a human being to have a sound mind and say things as they were, given those extraordinary circumstances.
Who else was in the room when you had this conversation with Tahir Descu? The other members of delegation?
Everybody was in the classroom. Tahir Descu sat at the end of the classroom with me. When he said to me those things, I didn't take him seriously at all. Now, if somebody told me you get killed at midnight, that seemed ridiculous, you understand that. However, when Tahir Descu left and my fellow members of the delegation asked me, what did he say? I replied, he said that we will go on tomorrow to reassure them. I'm sorry he's passed away now, but I didn't take him seriously because, as I explained earlier, I knew him from before as well.
I believe you described him as a poet. He's not a person that was in any position of authority within the KLA, was he?
I don't know what his functions were. I was surprised though when I saw Tahir Desko uniformed and carrying an automatic weapon, knowing that I had seen him in the streets of New York drunk.
Into the room, did he at any point address the other members of the delegation in that room? Did he speak to anybody else?
Only to me, because he knew me from Pristina. I mentioned that my brother ran a restaurant for a short while before the war because it was then closed down. And he would come often and have food there for free. We didn't charge him. My brother would give food for free to many people who could not afford to pay for it.
I'm going to show you a passage from Mehdi Bardi, because he was also in the room as you've described, and it's at the end of the page. And he remembers the interaction between Mr. Descu and the group, and he gives a slightly different account of Mr. Descu coming into the room. And he says this: "The prosecutor, is there anything else?" I'll wait for the Albanian. The prosecutor asks, "Is there anything else you remember?" And Mehdi Bardi said, "No, only that Tahir Descu, the war commentator at the time, came to us when we were in Baita. He was very drunk at the time, and he said, 'I'm going to be your lawyer.'" Now, Mr. Descu wasn't actually a lawyer, was he?
Perhaps Barbara is.
I hear this for the first time now, that he was a lawyer.
Isn't it the case then, based on what Mr. Bardi is saying, that Tahir Descu stumbled into the room very drunk, as he said, uttering nonsense to anybody who would care to listen to him? Isn't that what he's describing here?
To be honest, he was drunk most of the time. This is known, and you're putting me in an uncomfortable position, because if we were alive, it would be easier for me to say this, but he's dead, and I wouldn't want to go into such qualifications.
Disrespect him. I'm just giving the account of what Mr. Bardi remembers. Yeah. So what I'm interested then is, and you've alluded to it, is that others came. You say others came to you and they were concerned with what Tahir Descu had said to you in the corner of the room. Offering to be everyone's lawyer. How concerned could the other people in the room have been to come to you to find out what Tahir Descu said? Not seriously concerned. Wouldn't that be accurate?
Look, I don't know how concerned they were. I was not concerned at all, because I knew him, and I did not take him seriously. He walked away, and the members of the delegation asked me, what did he say? And I said, everything's fine, tomorrow we'll go home, and that's it.
When Ulex recorded you as saying that you were calming down the people, it's perhaps an exaggeration to say that they were seriously concerned about what Tahir Descu had said to you, even though you sought to keep everyone calm.
No, I was the leader of the group, and I was constantly trying to calm down the group, all parties involved, and that we would go through this without any consequences, which happened. We went back to Pristina, resumed our activities, our work until the realization and the liberation of Kosovo. And he deserves all respect. As I've said before, the KLA deserves the Nobel Peace Prize.
Your Honor, can I have? I think I'm about to finish. Can I just have 1 minute to consult? Sure. Thank you. Your Honor, could I take the time over lunch? It may be the case I have no more questions, but I reserve the time.
We will break for lunch now, witness. We will begin again at 2:30. Please, you may leave with the court usher. Please do not speak to anybody.
Thank you very much.
With nobody because I'm alone. Thank you.
We're adjourned till 2. Oh, Mr. Ellis, go ahead.
Your Honour, in case it's any assistance with planning, I said half an hour. I very much doubt it's going to be anything like that for my part.
Just a few questions.
At most.
Okay, thank you.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated.
Your Honor, I have no more questions for the witness, but perhaps I can just tell him myself out of courtesy. Thank you.
And Your Honour, I won't have anything for this witness either.
I'm sorry?
I won't have anything for this witness.
What did he say? Court usher, you can please bring the witness back into the courtroom. Witness, we are ready to proceed. Mr. Tully.
Your Honor. Witness, just rising to tell you that I have no more questions for you today, and I thank you for your testimony and wish you a safe journey home. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Ellis, for the record, any questions?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Redirect.
I have none, Your Honor.
Thank you. Judge Mitro had some questions.
Yes, thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, witness. I have a couple of areas that I would like to seek clarifications from you. The first one has to do with a point of chronology going from Chiers to Baice. The first thing is, as I understand it, you yourself were in a car with two other persons. Is that right?
Oh,
That's right.
How many cars were there that made the trip from Cires to Baice on that occasion?
Nuk jam I sigurt për
I am not certain how many exactly. Perhaps 3, 4, 5 vehicles, I'm not sure.
Correct to suggest that in each vehicle there would be a mix of members of the KLA and members of your delegations?
ka mundësi, por
It is possible, but I could not, I did not check this, but it's possible.
Recall who were in the other cars, or is that too far away from your memory? Do you recall, for example, in what car Mr. Krasniqi or Mr. Bardi were, or you can't remember that?
me qeni sinqert,
I don't recall. It's impossible for me to say.
That all the cars that left Cires arrived all at the same time in Baice. In other words, all these 3 to 5 cars that you mentioned arrived at the same time there.
mendoj se po.
I think so.
And to the extent you can recall, this would have been the same people whom you saw in Cires who arrived in Baice, right? So the 11 other members of your delegations and members of the KLA whom you've identified.
Sa di unë ishin 3.
As far as I know, there were 13 members of the delegation. The drivers, but then we got out of the vehicles and were told to enter that school building where we waited. I don't know what the others did.
Know from you is, aside from those members of your delegations who were sent back to Pristina, so the 2 women parliamentarians, the drivers, and the journalists, the same group of people who were in Cires ended up in Baice, as far as you can recall, correct?
Ne kemi përfunduar.
We ended up in Baice. Our group composed of 13 members. The others went from Cires to Pristina.
And also the members of the KLA whom you saw in Cires, correct? In other words, those that you saw, you said you saw in Cires, you saw them again in Baice, correct?
Po disa I kam pa.
I saw some of them. Some others just drop people off there and return. I wouldn't know. It was a small village. That was the first time I was in that village. I didn't know the roads there.
The roads, I'm asking whether the members of the KLA whom you saw in Cires, you saw them again in Baice. Is there anyone that you saw in Cires that you did not see in Baice from the KLA?
Nuk e kemi pa.
There were members we didn't see anymore. Maybe there were 3 of them in Baice at that moment. I'm not certain. Initially.
Already in Baice when you arrived, is that correct?
Po.
Correct. People who took us inside the school building in the lobby.
Now, in your 2001 unmixed statement, you indicated that one of the vehicles you saw in Cires had a military police sign on it. That's exhibit P681, page 2. Today, can you still recall seeing one of those vehicles with the markings of the UÇK police?
Në hyrje të Ciresit.
At the entrance of Cires, but not in Baice.
The question is, if you can recall approximately the time of day when you arrived in Baice, can you recall that?
në bajt,
It was in the evening hours. I wouldn't know exactly when. Or 4 or 5, I'm not sure.
Well, another member of your delegation put it at around 1600 before it got dark. Would that be consistent with your own recollection?
mendoj se
I think that should be the case.
So far as you can tell, how long elapsed between the time when you arrive at the school in Baice, so you're taken to the school, and the time when you had what you described as a scuffle or an altercation? How long elapsed between the two?
është vështirë me thonë.
It's hard to say exactly because this happened 25 years ago. Maybe in the region between 15 minutes and half an hour, but again, I cannot be accurate on that.
When you had this altercation, what you describe as that, and the time when you were taken for what you described as discussions, how long would elapse between these two events?
Nështë më pak se sa.
Maybe less than what I indicated earlier. They took us from the lobby of that school to a classroom where there were beds. I don't know how much time exactly this took.
Minutes or more?
Nuk, unë
Anything I say would be a guess, and trust me, I just don't know.
Then let me ask you about something else then that you said, and that has to do with the events in or at the school and in the room in which you were. And I will try to summarize as best I can what we've heard over the past couple of days, and you tell me whether that's accurate or not. The first thing is, as I understand it, your testimony today is that you were not beaten up or mistreated in Baice, that you did not see or witness the beating of anyone else, and that you did not incur any injuries as a result of beatings, and did not see anyone else from your delegation having sign of injuries incurred as a result of beatings. Is that a fair summary of what you said over the past 2 days?
kam thonë që ka pas kacafytje.
I said there was a physical altercation, a scuffle. A small group of persons came inside, shoved us, pushed us, insulted us. There was a scuffle. However, I did not see weapons there. I did not see anything that we were humiliated with iron bars or anything like that. I didn't see any blood there, and we returned to Pristina. We, including myself, did not need to ask or seek any medical help.
Again, but according to the evidence as we've understood it here, you yourself were not beaten and you did not see anyone else from your delegation being beaten up. Is that a correct understanding of your evidence?
Thash, edhe unë jam përfshin.
I said that I got involved in that scuffle. I stood up from the chair because I wanted to calm down the situation. So people were pushing one another. These were very sudden moments, and our brain froze during those rapid moments.
My question is, your evidence, as you've told us over the past 2 days, is that you yourself were not beaten up and you did not see any other members of your delegation being beaten up. Yes? No?
No, I was not beaten, and I did not see anyone being beaten, with the exception of people pushing one another. Just things we see on the football pitch or sometimes in the parliament arena, things that last very shortly.
Is that this is the exact opposite of what you had earlier told UNMIC and EULEX. Is that a fair suggestion? In both of your interviews to UNMIC and EULEX, you had said that you witnessed beatings of others and had been beaten yourself, correct?
Yes, and I explained the reason why I stated that, and I gave these reasons on multiple occasions. I was in a very grave state. You've probably heard of my tragic fate during the war.
The question is, do you accept, sir, that you gave, according to the account you're giving us today, then false and misleading information to the United Nations investigators? Do you accept that?
I gave information to them in a very severe state of mind. I also wanted to take revenge for what had happened on that day.
My question was simpler, I think, sir. Do you accept that, according to the account that you're giving us here, the evidence or the information you provided to UNMIC was, according to today's account, false? Is that what you are telling us?
They are exaggerated, yes.
In that statement that you had been beaten up yourself, now you're telling us that you weren't. So the claim that you had been beaten is, according to your account today, false. Is that right?
I've stated this repeatedly, that I have exaggerated things, and I've given the reasons why I did so, including in my last letter I sent last year.
And you also, I'm suggesting to you, and you can react, according to the account you give us today, you lied to the EULEX investigators, correct? Because you made claims that you had been beaten up, you suggested that others had been beaten up, and so on and so forth. So the information that you gave to EULEX is, according to the account you give us today, was given falsely and misleadingly. Do you accept that?
It was exaggerated.
Don't accept that it was false.
It can also be false. I told the truth when I came back during and gave that press conference, and I'm telling the truth now. What's in between doesn't stand.
To be clear, you were aware that when you were interviewed by EULEX that failing to tell the truth to the prosecutor was a criminal offense under Kosovo law, as appears in the record of your interview. You were aware of that, right?
I didn't have a lawyer, I didn't have a legal advisor.
Informed that failing to tell the truth to the prosecutor was a criminal offense, correct?
I was informed but I've never been in courts in my life, and I did not properly assess this, and I was never given the possibility to have any lawyer or any legal advice.
Can the registry please take us to private session, please?
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Thank you. Can the registry please bring up So just to situate yourself, sir, this is the a statement given by Kurtesh Devaja on the 14th of July of 2014 to an EULEX prosecutor. I will wait until the Albanian version is on the screen. While it's coming up, can you just confirm that Mr. Devaja was indeed a member of your delegation and that, like you, he was taken from Cires to Baice, correct?
Po.
Yes, correct.
Fair to say that, like you, he is a prominent political figure in Kosovo, was at the time, at least.
Ka qenë.
Yes, he was.
But you described as a person with whom you shared political values. Would that be fair?
Po, ka qenë partin.
Yes, he was the Christian Democratic Party member.
Respect as a person and as a political figure?
Unë gjithë antarët e delegacionit.
Yes, all the members of the delegation who are with me, I respect them.
Another one of those persons, if I understand your account, who would have been part of what you describe as this scuffle or altercation. Is that right?
Po.
Yes.
The registry, please take us to page 16 of that statement. That's ERN 034457, and in the Albanian it would be 034488. And if both versions, yes, thank you, can be scrolled up slightly for the Albanian version, thank you. Now I'll let you read for yourself, sir, if you can look at your screen. But if you can look at this, you will see that what you today describes as scuffle or an altercation, Mr. Devaja described in different terms. First, he describes the beating of Mr. Bardi and bruises that were incurred as a result. Can you see that?
Po.
Yes, yes.
Describes the beating of Agim Krasniqi. Describe it in the same way. Insults and violence. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
If we can continue also to the next page, he describes his own beating, beating and kicking by the soldiers. Do you see that?
Bob.
Describe hearing their screams. Do you see that? He said, "I did not dare look, we only heard their screams." Do you see that?
Paul.
Yes.
My first question is, did you see any of that, what Mr. Devaja is describing here? Did you two witness any of this?
I mentioned the names of the 6 members of the delegation that were involved in these scuffles. It's the same names.
Come to the 6 names, and I will ask you about that. I'm not asking you this. What I'm asking you is, did you witness what Mr. Devaja is describing here?
It was almost dark. And at that moment, you may believe me that at such moments the mind doesn't function normally and the level of adrenaline goes up. So at that lightning, let's say, altercation, I couldn't I see, slow details with slow motion, identifying who did what. I couldn't do that.
Answer to my question.
Microphone, please.
You saw none of that, correct?
I saw the scuffles, the altercation. I mentioned it several times, but I didn't see the details. Who hit what? At this I couldn't observe because first it was rather dark and I was in a state of shock.
Describe your beating, and it's page 034458, and in the Albanian it's 034489. And I'll read to you what he says about what happened to you. He says, after him, being Agim Krasniqi, George Dedai was taken. And the prosecutor asked, did the same thing happen? And Mr. Devaja said, well, the same thing happened, but apart from that, I saw one of them hit his back with a wooden stick, and it actually broke against his back. Prosecutor, were they saying the same sort of things to George Dedai? Same things, same beatings, and same insults. I know that wooden pole broke again his back also. Now my question is, did that happen, or did Mr. Devaja... Let me finish my question. Did this happen, or did Mr. Devaja let me finish my question, please. Did this happen, or did Mr. Devaja make up that story?
In all this process, there were exaggerations and scripts for various films. I didn't see any wooden sticks being broken, any iron bar, nothing at that moment. I said, my mind stopped for 1 or 2 minutes. So I couldn't remember details because we were in a traumatic state.
Do you accept, sir, that the account that I've just read to you, the account of Mr. Devaja, is in fact entirely consistent with the account that you yourself gave to UNMIK in 2001 and to EULEX in 2014? Do you accept that?
It is similar, but the detailed descriptions do not coincide. I don't know what wooden stick he's referring to because I didn't see any.
Except, for instance, that the 6 people that Mr. Devaja mentions as having been beaten up violently, kicked, and who screamed as this was happened, are the same 6 people who you initially identified to UNMIC as having been subject to beatings. Do you accept that?
I didn't hear anyone crying.
Për emrat që i ka përdor, i ka përmend Zoti Devaja, është e vërtetë që bëhet fjalë për ata njerëz që kemi qenë përfshim në kacafytje.
It's the same people that were involved in this altercation. He has not speculated regarding the number of people.
So, if and again, I will try to summarize what I understand you to have told us over the last 2 days, and correct me if that is an unfair summary, but I understand you to be saying that what you told UNMIC and EULEX about the mistreatment, the detention, was all a lie that you said for out of anger and political vengeance, if I can put it that way. Now, my question is this. Do you have any idea why Mr. Devaja would tell that story, the story that you had told UNMIC and EULEX, the same story of mistreatment, of detention, of the same 6 people? Do you have any explanation?
I think that it is Devaya, since he's alive, that should explain or account for why, because I already explained that the group that we were stopped by there, I considered a hostile group. I wanted to take revenge on that group, and I didn't have other means to use against them, so I used my oral statements. I wanted to cause harm to them until I came to understand, to realize the truth.
So, I mean, to the extent you can, and of course if you can't, tell us, but that explanation then would apply to Mr. Devaja as well? Is that what you're trying to say, or is it just a coincidence that he had told the same story to the authorities at the time?
I don't know why he said that, and I kindly ask you to understand what I'm saying, that I am responsible for what I am saying. The others may say what they want. You saw from the other counsel asking me that there were 4 different people giving different statements. So it was something, an incident that lasted very little. It was a traumatic experience. It was difficult to concentrate. So whoever may speak may not hit the mark.
Well, I'll ask then for you to look at what he said about Mr. Blackeye, but first, you confirm that Mr. Blackeye is someone you consider to be your friend, right? A friend and a close political associate, correct?
Yes.
It's page 17 in the English, that's ERN 034458, and in the Albanian it would be 034490. This is what Mr. Devaja described happened to Mr. Blackeye, who was, according to his account, of course, taken after your own treatment. And he's asked whether the same happened to him, and he says, yes, same place, same beating. He's asked whether a weapon was used. He said he did not see that. And then he's asking whether he saw any injuries on Mr. Blackeye. And then he says he was bleeding through the nose. He was begging them not to hit him anymore because he had problems with his kidneys. He actually was lying on the ground and leaning against the wall in order to protect his kidneys because they were kicking him and using his fists to hit him everywhere. He was horizontally lying on the floor with his back against the wall. Now, my first question is, did you see any of that? The description that Mr. Devaja is giving about the beating of Mr. Blackeye. Did you yourself see any of it?
The way Mr. Devaya described him, we might have required 2 or 3 ambulances to take us to hospital, when in fact we appeared at this press conference 2 hours after. This doesn't coincide with what happened, because if someone is in that condition, that person cannot appear to be normal after such a little while. So the vice description, I don't know why he has given this description. You must ask him. I cannot speculate, because 1 or 2 or 3 of us should have been dead. They have mentioned wooden sticks, iron bars. No ambulance was called. Nobody ended up in hospital. You saw my press conference when we returned in Pristina. We all, each and every one of us, went on their ways, continued their work, didn't go to hospital.
The answer to my question is you saw none of that, correct?
I saw the altercation, I said. Like lightning it was. Somebody must have hit someone, kicked someone, or gave a face to someone, but my brain stopped working. It was very fast. Everything happened so fast. I can't recall the details.
14, you told EULEX that Mr. Blackeye had injuries on his face. That was a lie, correct?
Mr. Blackeye, since we are in a private session, he used to drink a lot.
Let me finish. This is P680 for the record, page 7. That's the record of your interview with EULEX in May of 2014, where you said that so-called Blackeye had injuries on his face. My question is, was that a lie?
I don't recall that.
Now, in fairness to you, sir, I would like to put a proposition that Mr. Devaja has in his statement, and that's at page 26 of his statement in the English version. And that's page ERN 034467, and in the Albanian, it would be 034499. In the Albanian version, that would be towards a bit further down, please. Thank you. If I can ask you to focus, Mr. Dedai, on the last paragraph, which starts with the word atana. Can you see that?
Yes, yes.
The last paragraph on the page, if you can please scroll up a bit. Thank you. Mr. Devaja said the following to the EULEX prosecutor. He said, they gave us our ID cards, me and the others, and Recep Selimi said to George Dedai, open quote, you are still under investigation, end of quote. I remember that he said the very same words to Agim Krasniqi, Mehdi Bardi, and I don't know who else. When he gave me my ID card back, he said, open quote, "You are not under investigation," end of quote. My first question to you is whether you recall such a statement being made to you.
The ID cards, to my recollection, were given back to us in the school in Bates. I don't have any other idea about that. I remember that Recep Selimi, I don't remember Recep Selimi to have said such a thing. They only released us, and then they took us to crime bureaus.
You don't remember any such statement being made to you. Do I understand that right?
I don't recall. 25 years have passed by, and this is quite normal.
Can the registry please bring up exhibit P158 for a second? Sir, you will recognize the document because you've already seen it earlier this week. This is a statement or press release issued by the Military Police Directorate of the KLA, and I think you described it as propaganda, but there's a couple of things I want to ask you about. If we can go, please, to the next page. Thank you. So here, sir, this is the same document as you were shown a couple of days ago. It's a press release of the Military Police Directorate of the Kosovo Liberation Army. The title is "Investigations Continue on 3 Suspicious Persons." And if you read through the text, it says that 3 members of the delegations, that is you, Mr. Bardi, and Mr. Krasniqi Agim, are still under KLA investigation upon your release. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Except that this is consistent with the statement I've just read to you from Mr. Devaja, that the 3 of you continued, or that there was a claim at least that the 3 of you continued to be subject to a KLA investigation. Do you accept that?
It's the same. What was said. Devaja has said the same thing that is written here.
When you were asked about this document is, did you ever become aware of it in September of 1998 or at a later stage that you were allegedly, at least, subject to a KLA investigation, or you never learned that?
They didn't have any reason to investigate me. I was always subject of investigations by Serbia. They had no reason whatsoever to investigate me. I didn't commit any offense that had worried me being in contrary to the law. I didn't have anyone calling me, anyone from the KLA regarding this.
But my question was probably not well put. I'm not asking whether they had reason for it. What I'm asking you is whether you ever became aware that they claimed to be investigating you. Did you ever become aware of that?
Maybe I heard from the media, I have forgotten, after 25 years, but it didn't make any difference to me. There was no reason why.
No question. No questions. Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon.
For you, my first question is the following. On Monday,
We are in private session.
Yeah, we can go in public.
Madam Court Officer, into public session, please.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you. I'll start again. Good afternoon, witness. I have a few more questions for you. On Monday, during your examination by the prosecution, you told us the following, and I quote, Recep Selimi very respectfully and politely returned the IDs to us, and I will never forget his kind words. Hashim Thaçi appeared after 2 hours, and he was very nervous, with a radio transistor, listening to the news, very upset. And I could see that they didn't have a very good rapport with person one. And I think that person one was the one that decided on everything, end of quote. And for the record, this is from last Monday's transcript, page 9394, lines 9 to 14. So witness, my first question is the following. Why do you think that they, Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Selimi, or the person you believe to be Mr. Selimi, didn't have a very good rapport with person one? For example, did you see them having a discussion or an altercation?
Yeah.
No. No, I didn't see any altercation, but they didn't have any collegial conversation. Maybe it was my wrong impression, but there I didn't see any altercation.
Thank you. My next question is, why did you have the impression that person one was the one who decided everything?
Ose ja jep të urdhra.
Because he gave the orders.
Urdhra në realitetin e
Get their ID, let them return to Pristina. That was the impression we created. I'm saying what I saw, what I remember. I can't say what I didn't see and don't remember.
Thank you. Did you see or hear person one giving orders to either Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Selimi, or the person you believe to be Mr. Selimi, during the 3 days you met the two in Chires and Orbaice in September 1998?
Në Çerez jam taku
In Jerez, I met only person one. And I would like to have this conversation in a private session, because you will be creating unimaginable problems for me and my problems that I do not deserve.
That we will use, and you can use a pseudonym, person number one, when you're referring to, or when you want to refer to a specific person, which suggests that you continue doing this.
But when we go into details, it will become clear who person number one is. It's like using his name and last name. You will cause me traumas for myself and for my children. Very great traumas that you cannot believe.
Just wanted to know, and I repeat my question, whether you saw or whether you heard that person number one gave orders to either Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Selimi, or the person you believe to be Mr. Selimi at the time, during the 3 days, either in Chires and or in Baice.
I didn't see him giving orders, but I saw him when he gave orders involving us. And that gave me the impression, maybe it's just a prejudice or perception, that he is the main person there who decides.
Yeah, I understood. Witness, I have another question for you this morning. You were asked by Mr. Misetic from the Thaçi defense about an injury Mr. Blackeye may or may not have sustained in September 1998. And you asked, to go into private session because, as you told us, Mr. Blackeye has passed away and because he was a friend of yours. And you also told us, I quote, "Don't forget that we were in the mountains and we moved about in the mountains, so that being the case, you might be inflicted some bruise or something because it was raining. It was mud. We were under permanent shelling by the Serb forces and we moved about in a mountainous terrain," end of quote. And for the record, this is from today's provisional transcript, page 9, lines 16 to 20. So could I ask you, witness, to clarify what you meant by this? Are you saying that Mr. Blackeye also fell when you were in the mountains? Did you see him falling?
I didn't see him falling. Because it was a group of 13 persons. Usually I was at the head of them. But it's an absolute truth that we walked on a mountainous terrain. There were branches of trees, holes, it was rain, but rain continued all night. So I cannot say I saw him if I didn't.
Thank you very much. Those were my questions.
Any questions, follow-up questions from the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, any follow-up, Mr. Misitich?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. If we may go into private session.
Please into private session, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Thank you. Witness, you were asked by Judge Matro about certain comparisons between your 2014 ULEX testimony and the 2014 testimony of Mr. Devaya. And I'd like to bring up the 2014 testimony of Dr. Talaku, who was one of the 6 people who was with you in Baice, correct? Is that correct?
Okay. That's correct.
4363 to 034402. If we could go to 034373 in the English and 034391 in the Albanian. He's asked, do you remember if anyone was beaten? He says, I don't know, I don't remember. Were you beaten? He says, no. Do you see that? Okay.
Yes.
You, however, had said that Dr. Talaku was beaten in your 2014 ULEX testimony, correct?
I said he was involved in the scuffle. I'm referring to my statement I gave here for a week. This is true. What I said in 2001 and 2014, I explained the reasons why I gave those statements. They are exaggerated, inflated, and I was angry. I wanted to take revenge, and I had no other means to do it.
Now, if we could just a little bit more, so we can see more of the bottom of the page. Now, he's a medical doctor, and he said, when you were in the room all together, did you see if anyone had any injuries? His answer is, I don't know, I didn't notice anything. That's inconsistent with what both you and Mr. Devaya testified to before ULEX in 2014, correct?
Që zdi Allah I kam
I think I've answered this question 100 or 200 times. If you want me, I can keep answering for another month or two, if you need me to. I've already stated this.
To the question.
Okay, and if we can go to 034376 in this document and page 32 in the Albanian. He's asked by ULEX, did you see if any members of the group had injuries? Answer, I don't know. Did anyone complain to you? I don't know, I don't remember. Question, you were the doctor, weren't you? Yes, I was the doctor, but I don't know, I don't remember if anyone complained to me. He doesn't recall anyone complaining to him because none of you actually complained to him about any injuries, correct?
nuk kemi anku.
Correct, we did not complain.
Thank you. Out of private session, please.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
No, we have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Just on one area, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm refer you to questions you were to take you to your ULEX statement of 2014, where this is P680 at page 34266, and you refer to what was said to you. You're talking about a house on the outskirts of Chires, but I also believe you're talking about the same place, the place you were freed, a house on the outskirts of Chires. Is that right? On the 22nd of September.
There
was a courtyard house.
The prosecutor asked you what happened that night in the house on the outskirts of Chires. And you said, there they said to us that you are free. We have not found anything to say you have committed any errors, but we don't know where to take you and what to do with you. When they said to you, we have not found anything to say that you had committed any errors in 2014, did you believe that those people, as you described it, were referring to an investigation carried out into you that had been cleared on you and the other people in the delegation?
Para se më anisë së timeve, unë kam
I knew we were clean before the investigation started, but also after they completed their investigation, because they had the right to conduct it and they had the right to be suspicious and to suspect, like any army in the world. So 2 days later, 48 hours later, they came to the conclusion that their suspicions were unfounded. There was nothing wrong with us. We were freed.
On Monday, at page 9435, you repeated, they said everything was fine with us. And in your prep note, you said they carried out their investigation, the delegation did nothing wrong. That is at paragraph 32, I believe.
Mistake. They did not identify the slightest mistake on us because we didn't commit any, and for that reason we just resumed our political activity as soon as we returned to Pristina. We didn't see a doctor, we didn't we went out in the streets, and had I had any swollen faces or bruises, I wouldn't have gone out on the street.
Okay, and can I draw his attention to the very top right-hand corner, Zeri i Kosoves. As I understand, that's a widely known newspaper in Kosovo, a widely distributed newspaper in Kosovo, right? Zeri i Kosoves.
Kjo ma shumë ka qenë diaspora.
This was mostly distributed in the diaspora abroad, as far as I know, because I was not one of the readers of this paper. It was also distributed in Kosovo, but not that much. It was not very known.
Devaya, as a journalist and an author, that something like this concerning an incident that he was involved in, this article is unlikely to have escaped his attention. Would you agree with that?
Thoughts and my opinions.
Nothing arising, thank you, Your Honor.
Witness, your testimony today is finished for good for the entire trial. The court usher will escort you out of the room.
Thank you very much.
Për të gjithë
And I pay my respects to everybody present in this courtroom.
Thank you to the SBO for having another witness available, but I don't think we have enough time to do anything with him. So we will start with him tomorrow, with that witness tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Anything else to be brought up at this time?
No, Your Honor, just as to the exhibits that were offered today, I would just ask if the same period of 5 days, we have to get together to make sure that we have the redactions on them that are going to go from being confidential to public.
Yeah, we're counting on you getting together and dealing with that issue. Thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We are adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ellis had a question.
Your Honour, I was only going to ask if there was any update from the prosecution as to the witnesses for next week. There was some issue with the video link last we heard.
My understanding is the video link has been confirmed now by the registry, so I believe that the witnesses for next week, let me just find the little sticky note.
Sorry, in order if you have it for us.
I don't know if the video, I believe the video link was confirmed for Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, so I just don't know. I believe that we think the two witnesses that we had on for this week will probably roll into next week, and that would be 4043, who will start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and following that is 4444, I believe.
That's the order that was previously given to us, but we just wanted to make sure because of the time frames.
And then I believe we have, after the Tuesday, Wednesday video link, the one after that would be W04765.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, I'm a little bit confused. Sorry. So the witness that we didn't get to is going to start the beginning of next week, is that right?
My understanding is I think they're ready to go in case the witness tomorrow doesn't take all day, and then I believe they would be next in order because the video link has been confirmed for not Monday, but Tuesday, Wednesday. We're just working around the video link because once that's set, my understanding is it cannot be moved.
Apologies, Judge, you and I are in the same cloth here. So after the video link, is there a witness scheduled for after the video link?
Yes, I just said that was W04765.
Okay, thank you.
We'll all do our best to get all those in. So thank you, and thank you for your cooperative spirit. We appreciate it, and we will see you tomorrow morning. We are adjourned.
Rise.